workforce, and I welcome you to the Restricted Research Expenditure meeting, a once a year a meeting. And first, before we start, a couple housekeeping things for those who are here. We have, if you haven't noticed this, restrooms in the middle of the hallway, and you can go out either sides of this room, and you may, go straight through there too, through the kitchen if you need. We have some coffee and water, and there's a Wi-Fi here. Education, go get it, and we will have lunch today at around noon plus minus, depending how the workflow goes. And tradition has it for this group that you all go off-site for lunch. And if you need help, staff can help you where to go, but most of you probably know by now what your place of choice is. So we also do that, so we let the people behind the glass windows know. They broadcast this meeting, and then they also have a break around noon. And so be aware that this meeting is being broadcast. And we also have phone connections, as you can hear from the beeps. So there will be peers of yours joining in through the phone. People on the phone, I asked to mute their phones when they're not speaking so that we don't have a lot of extraneous background noise and feedback. With that, I would like to go to the introduction, and I would like to start with Jennifer Nilus. Jen is a new staff with us, and she has been doing so many things for us already that it's not really right to call her new anymore, although she is new. And she has been a great help with getting this meeting off and running, as you probably know, because you all had to upload your data. And also with us from Corning Board is Stacy Silverman, Deputy Assistant Commissioner, and I'm Reinhold Cornelius. And with that, maybe we can go quickly around the room and say where you're from and who you are, so that people on the phone also know. Turn on your microphones if you do that.
I'm Sarah Penapinto, Director of Grants and Contracts from UT Arlington.
And Dwayne Demas, Vice President for Research, UT Arlington.
Jeremy Forsberg, Assistant Vice President for Research, UT Arlington.
Manuela Doki, Assistant Vice President for Research and Compliance, UT El Paso.
Kajitana Kujobi, Vice President for Research and then Graduate Studies at Prairie View A&M University.
Jerry Johnson, Assistant Vice President for Research and Sponsored Programs, University of Houston Downtown.
Donna Scott Tilley, Texas Women's University.
Katie Plum, Director of Sponsored Projects, Angelo State University.
Alan Rasmussen, AVP for Research and Graduate Studies at A&M Kingsville.
Karen Downey, Director of Sponsored Research Services at West Texas A&M.
Nancy Ward, University of Houston.
I'm Mike Blanda from Texas State. I'm Assistant Vice President for Research.
Thank you. And then maybe we can have people on the phone tell us who's there.
John Kilburn, Texas A&M International University.
Carla McGuire and Britt Krogiak, University of North Texas.
Mayra Huff, Texas A&M Corpus Christi.
Carrie Brown and Jennifer Hanlon, Stephen F. Austin State University.
Lee Logan, University of Houston.
Tammy Holiday, Texas A&M Galveston.
Good morning, everybody. This is Noe Saldana with UT San Antonio.
Gil Nizer, Texas A&M Commerce.
Tamala Kimbrough, Texas A&M University Commerce.
Barry Lambert. Oh, go ahead.
Emily Lacey, University of Texas at Dallas.
Barry Lambert at Tarleton State University.
Looks like that's everybody. So again, welcome to the meeting, and hope we get all our work well done. With that, I would like to give a brief introduction to this meeting and what we're doing here. It is the Restricted Research Expenditure meeting. That's a special type of expenditures which historically was used for the distribution of the Research Development Fund. The RDF does not exist anymore, but the expenditures are still important because now they're used for the Texas Comprehensive Research Fund, the Core Research Support Fund, and the National Research University Fund. Those are three funds based on state supported by state appropriation, based on, at least in part, on the restricted research expenditures. If you like to see an overview of all the research funding which is presently in existence in Texas on our webpage, that's our homepage /research. You can find a 4-page overview of all the research funding in the state. From there, you can, from the /research, you can also go to the Restricted Research Expenditure webpage, and there you find the standard accounting methods. We call it lovingly SAMs. For accounting of restricted research expenditures. SAMs is a PDF document, and it itself is then put into rules, and on that page you find the rules which govern our work here, and it's under Texas Education Code, Chapter 13, Sections 13.120 to 127. And those rules, there's a link on the webpage if you like to go there. So SAMS has this meeting has two purposes. And one is to create a transparency list of all research awards that have or can be counted as restricted research expenditures, of where the expenditures from those awards can be counted as such. That is the first purpose of this meeting. The second purpose is a kind of review and audit process where you as group can decide which of these awards which were made transparent are actually falling in this category, and if they're not, you can mark them as such, so that institutions then do not take expenditures from those awards for the restricted research expenditure summary. There are two outcomes of this meeting, and one is the purpose of it is linked to the transparency list, and that is mutual trust, so that each and every institution can trust every other institution that they declare the right expenditures in their summary of restricted research expenditures. And the second outcome of this meeting is a learning experience. So we were asked, is there training for the restricted research expenditures? And the answer is really not generally, except for this meeting. The purpose of this meeting is that you train each other what kind of awards can be used and what are the criteria. And so if new people come in, they should take part in this meeting and they get trained here by you. There are two criteria for restricted research expenditures. And one is that the awards have to do with research, and the other is that the awards have to be restricted by an outside entity. And the way it works is that at least half of the expenditures in an award have to go towards research, and then the entire award can be counted, or the expenditures from the entire award can be counted as restricted research expenditures. So that's an important rule. There's one caveat to it, and that is that expenditures which are indirect costs, capital constructions, and costs associated with entertainment and direct individual benefits still cannot be counted as restricted research expenditures. So if you have an award on the list which was okayed, you still have to go in and pull those expenditures out, and otherwise, if you get audited, the auditor may make that a finding. So these ideas are put down in SAMS and for many years now, and SAMS itself has a useful feature, and that is the appendix, because the appendix has bulleted lines of ideas, what can be counted and what cannot be counted. And there are two sections in the appendix, 1.x and 2.x, and 1 is all which criteria that you can count it, and 2 dot is criteria that you cannot count it, and they're often parallel. So that is an important instrument for you to go and look and categorize your own awards, under which of these bullets could it fall. And that gives you also argumentation. If you discuss it, you can say, I think this is restricted research expenditure according to 1.1.5. And then everybody can look at that and see, okay, we agree or not. While we go forward discussing this, there are also certain other indicators that an award falls into this classification, or that an award does not fall into it. And often we will look at the CFDA number. It's not always conclusive, but in it, it may be described how much research are involved in these grants, federal grants. Or we have been using IRB's institutional review board agreements as indication that this is research, although it doesn't tell us necessarily how much, what percentage is research. Publications is another thing. The group has always looked if there are publications and how many publications come out of an award. Is this really research? Other things are TRIP awards. They have been vetted by another committee for the Texas Research Incentive Program funding, and so this group traditionally has said TRIP awards count. And there may be quite a few, it came to our attention, that are marked questionable, which does not matter. I looked up last year at the meeting, we had about 1.5 to 2 dozen TRIP awards. They were marked questionables. And we go by an institution representative's word. This is a TRIP award, and then the group normally says, okay, well then we allow it and we go on to the next one. Awards which are not allowable are typically, or often, I shouldn't say typically, often awards which are service projects and stuff of research, which are training and where the research part of training is less than 50%, educational awards, or we come across quite a few awards which serve data collection, and the main purpose is data collection and not research. So that's the kind of things I remember, and then there are other indicators, but those are coming up often that you discuss this. There's one question I do have for you guys already, and I got an email asking me something which I don't know. The question was, NIH apparently changed its ruling to consider training grants as research rather than instruction. And I was wondering if any of you have heard that and when that happened. Jeremy.
I think it happened about a year ago, maybe a little longer. But basically they came out and said for the A133 audit, or the single audit requirement, that all NIH funding will be considered research on your annual financial report, so it can be included in the R&D cluster audit. NSF did the same thing. And so we do include all NIH and NSF funding as research for that purpose.
That's really for audit purposes, Jeremy, and the R&D cluster does not necessarily mean that something is research. NSF has put theirs in that cluster for a number of years, as have other agencies, and I can speak from experience that not all NSF awards are research. Many of them are service and outreach, and they may have a small research component, but it falls far below the 50% threshold.
Yeah. And this is covered in the Coordinating Board Research Expenditure Survey. This is what you list as research on your AFR, but it may not be research according to this transparency.
Very good. Yeah, that's helpful.
It's a distinction, but at least for your AFR reporting purposes, you can include them, or you should include them as R&D. Actually, you're required to.
Okay, thank you very much. And I will pass this information on.
Well, excuse me, just a point of order that the SAM does allow under 1.3.2 the inclusion of training grants as research if the training involves R&D techniques commonly used in research.
Oh, yes, it does. So if the training is training for research in the setting where research is being done, then you all have allowed this as research, yes. But as you said, we have to look at this grant by grant and make the determination. That's why we're here. Okay, so that's really all I have to say for SAMS. We will start now with our review, and you have a list of awards in front of you, and we think of going in the order that is on that list. Now, if somebody has a time constraint, either on the phone or here in the room, where you see yourself at the end and you would like to be at the front or more in the middle, please let us know, because then we accommodate that. The list is not we don't have to go slavishly by it. Also, if there is a difficult award, we may come back to it in the afternoon. That has happened before at our meetings too.
Based on that comment, this is Carla McGuire with University of North Texas, and we would like to request, if the schedule allows and if there's concurrence, that the two awards that were initially questioned be considered toward the front end of the agenda, if that's permissible.
That was UNT?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well then, certainly, why don't we start with UNT? So, and that way we don't have to remember it.
Thank you.
So what we do is we go to the website, and Jen, you may have to blow it up a little. Well, my eyesight is not the best. But so we click on, for those on the phone, and hopefully you will see this on the webcast, but if you follow it on your own, we click on the transparency listing and select only questionable awards. And then we select the institution, which now is University of North Texas. And then please, everybody who refers to an award, go by the award number, because otherwise we may get horrendously confused if there are two PIs and so on. So the first one for UNT is award 26285. And so if you would, and so easy we can hover over the eye and see some basic information, which the institution put in, and then you at UNT, please defend your award.
Okay, and I would like to start with, this is Carla McGuire. This particular award was continued work from research expenditures on a statement of work that was approved previously or through THECB file number 25161 from last year. So we failed to put in the descriptor notes that it was actual follow-on work from an award that was issued last year. And it falls under the classification 1.1.1 and also 1.1.7 with a research hypothesis and documentation that have been attached that clearly defend it as restricted research.
So everybody okay? I see nods in the room. If you on the phone have a different opinion, you have to speak up, obviously. We can't see your nod. So we mark this yes, and then we go to 26286.
Okay, and for 26286, it's defended under THECB SAM 1.1.1. It again is follow-on work from another project that was initially funded by NSF several years ago. It has a human subjects component, so there is an IRB approval, 15195. It builds on work through NSF under the Division of Research on Learning, and it's the iTest program. And this is a collaborative program where UNT is involved as a research arm in one of the school districts. So the component for UNT is research.
I see some nods in the room. No objections. Then we mark it as yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Then we jump back in order. And by the way, the offer to change stands. So if something comes up, please let us know. Purview A&M has also 2 awards, and it starts with 26613.
This award is a research award. As you could see, one of the items there is to investigate and establish a DNA-based procedures for identification and authentication and verification of selected species. For this research to be awarded above 150, it has to be research. And here we have 295. For the research classification is 300K to 500K.
Okay. Opinions? I have a vote to say okay. More votes? No objections? Okay. We mark this yes. We go to 26618.
The second one, we have always defended this on almost an annual basis. Our institution is an 1899 land grant institution, and that is what that award is for research and capacity building given to land grant institutions. We defended the same thing last year here successfully, and it has been the same with other universities that are land grant institutions.
No objections? We mark it as yes.
Education, go get it.
Then Sam Houston. Is there a representative from Sam Houston? I did not hear this before. So maybe we can look at it and it comes from the governor's office. Yeah, no other documentation. Pardon me? Yeah, I mean, everybody knows everybody has to go to the transparency list and look at this.
Yeah.
Okay, good idea. And in the meantime, we can think about what is. Then we go to Stephen of Austin, and I know there's representatives on the phone. So the first award is 26,536.
Yes, this first one is our Smart Texas. It's a National Science Foundation Award.
Can you please speak up a little bit? You're very low.
This is a National Science Foundation Award. Can you hear me better now?
Yes, a little.
Yeah, this is a project that is a paired research longitudinal study, and most of the activities are based on that longitudinal research study. We have it classified under 1.3.1 and 1.3.2, as there are some research activities for students as well, research training. IRB is also a requirement.
Can you describe the type of curriculum that's being developed if you're using 1.3.1? What discipline is the curriculum?
This is in STEM disciplines. And basically what they're doing is they're doing, like I said, a paired cohort study.
Yeah, I mean, that's been consistent with the types of awards from NSF that we've accepted in the past. So.
The CFDA number is pretty supportive for research.
Yeah.
Is there a budget on this that shows us that a majority is research rather than education? And I don't think I remember seeing a budget.
How do you think that the budget is going to show research versus instruction?
If it's a mixed purpose, then I always look to see that 51% rule, where 51% of the expenditures are for research rather than 51 for education. And that's what usually gets it through for me.
But in that context...
Well, we've had this question come up before. And in fact, we're going to bring it up again when we get to our T4 Phase 2, that there is, because it's a NOIS award and there was student support involved, but the principal purpose overall is the paired longitudinal study.
Well, now that you mentioned it's a NOIS award, there's really only one track in the NOIS program that could be declared to research. So which track?
No, this one isn't a NOIS. The next one we're going to talk about.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So one thing you have to consider when you're looking at mixed grant awards, you shouldn't only be analyzing something like supplies, research supplies. Research involves recruiting faculty and lab support and things like that, and so you're going to have to pick apart elements of the budget and try and figure out how much of pieces of it all coalesce to get 51%. And unfortunately, a lot of the grant budgets don't allow for that granular assessment. So that's where we have to try and use our best judgment based upon what's provided to us.
Yeah, evaluation of the components of the budget for us is a last resort. If the abstract or the scope of work or the other documentation just isn't crystal clear or even clear, then as a last resort, we look to the budget. And it's just useful to have it there if you need it.
Budget
you're right, it's
justification
very
in that
difficult to
case
pick
would
these
be-
apart.
Budget justification would almost be better, a better analysis, tool for analysis of the different type of costs, where they belong, what categories of
Yeah,
instruction.
it's like you say, it's difficult to do in some of the budgets. Some you can, some it's impossible.
So for the current grant award, is there an intent to publish the results of the longitudinal finding, and is there
Yes, absolutely.
And is there an assessment plan to evaluate the findings itself and the process by which the study is conducted?
Yes, they are planning. I'm trying to see if I can find that out. Yeah, I know they have a definitely plan to publish on this.
I mean, I think that's two indications of a research type award is if the intent is to publish new knowledge generated from the grant or to evaluate the quality of best practice, and then to evaluate the process by which you carried out the project. Those are two real good indications that you're taking a systematic approach consistent with research.
I agree, and I think that's a hallmark of what NSF looks for in funding these types of awards. So I think that's why there's sort of the general understanding that these NSF and even NIH-supported programs that have these components in them rise to the level of research.
And I think those are two things that we can quickly look for as we're moving through this. Is there an evaluation plan, and is there a plan to disseminate new knowledge as a result of the activities?
Well, I would caveat that we've said in the past that just a program evaluation plan is not sufficient. It's necessary, maybe, but not sufficient to classify only as research.
Well, and I would agree with that. This one actually has a statement that the research supplements the more simplistic quantitative success measures. So this is an extension beyond just evaluation.
Absolutely. I mean, when you get into these longitudinal studies, I don't think there's much question. So we can call the question.
So we should mark it as yes?
That's my recommendation.
2 nods,
The
3
panel can
nods,
speak for itself.
4 nods, 5, 6, okay, we mark it as yes. That was 26,536. Then we go to 26,538.
Okay, this one, I don't think we had uploaded everything. We were waiting for some clarification from our PI, so I don't think you've got this information. This is a contract from TxDOT, and it's actually an extension of a project that we had initially received as a subaward from UTEP. And we think it fits under 1.11 and 1.17. This is, the research project will include evaluating geological conditions, evaluating road base and geological phenomenon.
Sounds like research, yeah.
It's research.
Sure.
Okay, we accept this? No objections? 26,540.
Okay, this one is our T4 Phase 2, which is funded from NSF. The Phase 1 had been previously approved by the board. We feel it fits under 1.3.1 and 1.3.2. The Phase 2, the research objectives include investigation of effective recruitment strategies, documentation of longitudinal effects of collaborative preparation of highly qualified STEM teachers, exploration of sustained induction experiences, and finally, determination of T4 teacher efficacy. And under intellectual merit, it explains that the project researchers will investigate the following: how do early teaching engagement and short-term mentoring activities affect STEM majors, persistence and career choice? What factors affect scholars' persistence to degree and persistence to undergraduate STEM teaching certification? How does inclusion into the T4 mentoring community impact the scholars in the areas of teaching efficacy, their students' learning, and their growth as teacher leaders? The students are also being trained in research techniques, and we were also required, and we do have IRB approval on this.
Yeah, that's all consistent.
Okay, No objections? Then we conclude Stephen F. Austin.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good job.
Next is Sue Ross. I don't know if we have a representative on the line. Then we table this as well.
This is Marilyn McGee from Sul Ross State University.
Oh, okay. Hello?
Okay. Yes, we have the grassland birds in the Chihuahuan Desert project.
What does the study involve, Marilyn?
The study involves, with our Borderlands Research Institute,
Okay.
focusing on the Chihuahuan Desert and the various aspects of the indicators the grassland birds are.
It sounds like it's biological research.
Yes, it is biological.
Yeah, the faculty members in biology.
An evolution, it's a ecological study.
Very good.
Yeah, I see no problem.
Right.
Okay.
That's fine. Yeah.
We'll accept this. Thank you. Tarleton is next.
Hello, Barry Lambert here from Tarleton State University. We have 5 of these. We'll step through them in the order that they're listed there. So the first one is 26633. This is funded by USDA. It is kind of a mixed project. It's research and demonstration basically, but we tried to summarize in the uploaded information that we sent. But basically, there is greater than 50% of the budget is toward research. There's a lot of student involvement, and that's why I think it's that low, actually. If you look at the objectives, most of them are research to identify soil conservation techniques, multi-species intercropping, urban gardening, that kind of thing. So we feel that this one is research.
Any objections? I don't hear objections, so we mark it as yes.
Okay, the next one is 26643. This is a continued one. This is a project that's been funded for us by USDA for more than 10 years, and I'm not sure if we don't mark it properly or if it makes any difference, but it has been approved by this group many times. It's a little bit interesting because there's not a lot of publicly disseminated deliverables here. The research deliverables are mostly in the form of intellectual property. These are new methods to detect fraud, basically, in crop insurance. So we do some fraud detection for USDA, but the research part of this relates to the methodology using geographic information system data, et cetera, and best practices in that area to detect fraud, waste, and abuse.
Any questions? Objections? Agreement? Yes. Okay, we mark it as yes.
Okay, the next one is 26645. This one is also continued, and there's another one. My last one here is sort of like this one. These are some projects that a group here has been doing for TCEQ, the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality, and basically these are research to determine how water bodies are used and how the quality of that water body impacts that use. The results are disseminated as technical reports, and then, of course, publicly as those technical reports as well. So these have been traditionally approved by this body.
Yeah, the non-point source.
Okay.
We've done those.
So we mark it yes.
Correct.
Okay, the next one is 26653. This is a new one, and this is when I gathered my staff together to look at these. This is one that I said, wow, we need to really drill down. I'm not sure I can defend this one. But as we looked at it, this is an agreement with Texas Parks and Wildlife. And as it turns out, when we analyze the budget, 53% of the funds are used for research, and the other portion is used for instruction. So as I understand it, this one does fall on the research side of the line, but I'd be I'm interested to hear what folks think.
Well, can you just read off a few examples? As we heard earlier, I mean, there's going to be payroll, there's going to be travel, there's going to be supplies. So can you just kind of give us some indications of what budgetary items you included in the 53%?
Sure, and I didn't do that analysis, so I don't have that complete budget in front of me. But basically, so the biologists will, so I don't have that budget detail, but let me tell you a little bit about the objectives.
Sure.
Obviously, they will do some teaching, but the research portion that they'll be developing a webless migratory bird research program, conduct collaborative research with other agencies and institutions across the state. Some of the funding will support graduate assistants who will be conducting research. And of course, annual reports to Parks and Wildlife and publications, peer-reviewed publications are an expectation of the position as well. So we have $245,000, the notes I have here, $245,000 total, and $130,000 of that is research expenditure, and so it turns out to be 53%.
Sure. I guess I was just wondering, how much and why there could be that much instruction in a TPWD.
Well, it's a shared position.
Oh, that's right. It's a faculty position. I see.
It's a faculty position. Exactly.
I see.
And the instruction portion is really related to, or the instruction or the service type portion of it is really aimed at getting underrepresented representation within the wildlife biologist community. So that's part of the role that's not research, is to develop some programs to diversify the wildlife biologist role, if you will. So to bring some underrepresented groups into that field.
Are the students that are participating in the research activities going to be presenting posters or talks related to those activities?
Yes, of course. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's probably more than 53% research. So, I mean, we can probably move on. This one isn't.
Okay.
I think you overanalyzed it, I
for the
believe.
research. And people are smiling and nodding yes.
Okay. The very last one is sort of like it's the other point source. This is funded by Texas Soil and Water Conservation Board. This is also a continuing one that was approved last year. It's the same kind of project we talked about. They're basically collecting data to look at how water bodies are used and how the quality of those water bodies affects the use, et cetera.
That's fine.
Okay. People accept this? No objection, questions? So it's a yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you. Texas A&M International, I believe, is also on the phone.
Good morning. I'm John Kilburn. With me here is Ann Fry. And we can talk about a couple of projects here. I guess we could start with 27747, the Juntas for Better Health project. That's got an intervention and a control group, essentially testing the Dartmouth prevention model for people with obesity, diabetes, and depression. And we're trying to see the compliance with the intervention of Dartmouth model interventions for calling and follow-up visits, and to see which forms of outreach are most effective, as well as the next trail of traveling healthcare teams to find out compliance with their treatment plans and structures. Any questions?
I don't see any problem.
No questions.
No questions, no problems. It's a yes. And the second one is
27753. That's called the TAMIU Scan Prevention Project. This is looking at baseline information with an intervention and control experimental design on Hispanic students receiving an intervention about AIDS prevention, HIV prevention. They've got baseline, final term, follow-up, intervention, control group with completion of 12 modules and sexual activity follow-ups with self-reported data through the Scan Prevention Project data set.
Yeah, we have that same program. There's 29 funded programs nationally, and they all collect that same type of data that correlates substance abuse with HIV risk. Some have to do with messaging, some have to do with what you just mentioned. And I mean, we approved one of these a couple of years ago from our institutions. In fact, I'm bringing another one today. I think UT San Antonio has one.
Okay,
as well.
so we mark it as a yes?
Yeah, so I mean, it's consistent.
There are no objections. We mark it as a yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thanks. I think those are the two that you have questions.
Right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Tiamu Commerce, also on the phone. Hello?
Good morning. This is Tamala at Texas A&M University Commerce. We have the Texas Teacher Residency Program, and it was funded by Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board. We have uploaded documentation. Let me pull up my copy. The research justification, we are defending this under 1.3.1. I have Dr. Nizer on the phone. Dr. Nizer, are you on the phone?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to pass the floor to you to give a little bit more definition to our defense on research.
Okay. Essentially, this is an evaluation of best practices in a different way of preparing teachers at the graduate level with a teacher residency. We do have an IRB approved. We will disseminate the results. We are also following up with a prior cohort. The teacher residents are being trained in classroom action research, and we'll be conducting action research within their classroom placements. And as well, we'll be looking at the effectiveness of the residency program over the 15 months of the residency, as well as looking at the transportability of this model to other locations.
What is the percentage of research to support of the students?
The whole thing is mixed together. The student, part of the model is providing stipends to the students, and that's that is in there as part of the whole model. So it would really be hard to decide which part is research or which part is not, because it's all in order to test the model, we have to have all the expenses of the model.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what we've done in the past in these types of cohort types of programs where there's a large amount of participant support or stipends that are given to the students, so to speak, and it's what enables them to be in the programs, that you can effectively run the program and collect the data and do the assessment, create the model, disseminate the model. I mean, we've seen a number of these types of awards in terms of teacher preparation from colleges of education.
And I think you're going to be seeing more of these in the future as education and pedagogical research comes of
pretty
age.
standard,
This is,
yeah.
A new brand of projects that we're going to see coming through.
There was one very similar to this in 2014 that was voted no. Same, it looked like the same project in 2014. So that's what brought us to question,
Really?
what would be different about this than the one in 2014 where the committee decided it was not restricted?
Yeah, but we'd have to look at that specific one.
I would like to speak on that. We did not have anyone available to be on the call at that time, and we were not able to bring our case to the board for review. So this is a continuation of that same award, and we are building it to further show the transportability of the model. So some of these same concepts were present in that award as well, but we just were not available to present the information.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
And also in that additional one, it was more, that was a little bit more of the, I guess you'd call it almost more of a pilot to see that this could we actually do this? And this is more of an implementation.
I think my only concern is when we do too much drift towards, intervention projects or outreach projects or educational projects that have a small research component as opposed to a research project that happens to have an intervention. I think this probably falls into that area, but that's my biggest concern with any of our educational projects. And it's going to become more of a problem with the changes that are happening at the U.S. Department of Education. So it's something we're really going to have to consider, because virtually every project is going to require a research component, but that does not necessarily mean the project itself is research.
That's where I think the project description can be valuable, because the project description can say the goal of this study is X, Y, and Z, and if that could really tell you if it's really a research-minded grant or if it's just a training grant.
Correct, and I would expect to see a hypothesis and/or research questions in the abstract if it were in fact a research project.
Possibly in the abstract, yeah. I mean, they're not all written that way.
I would expect to see it in a very prominent place if it were truly a research project.
Absolutely.
Okay, so that's good to keep in mind for everybody going forward, and we mark this one as yes.
Thank you very much.
And then we move on to Tiamu Corpus Christi, also on the phone.
Good morning, everyone. The first project, 28233, we defended under SAM Measure 117, and this is a project sponsored by the GLO, is data collection and analysis, spatial gap analysis. There's several tasks. I uploaded the information on the project, and geospatial data will be compiled to conduct a spatial gap analysis on issues that concern the project locations to identify areas of concerns, and what the Hard Research Institute will assist and do an analysis of the project socioeconomic benefits and impacts, and will assist in modifying and enhancing the evaluation methodology and criteria of the Technical Advisory Committee.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Okay, any questions?
Yeah, there's going to be a statistical and spatial analysis to identify what areas are the most need. And that also will include the description of ecosystem services and so on, and the social impact to local communities.
Yeah, it's data collection to inform other.
Okay, we mark this as a yes.
Sure.
The following project, the second project, 28239, I failed to mention that this project is a continuation of a project that was originally funded by the GLO and was accepted as a restricted research back in 2006 under the project 3773. again, it was brought for discussion on 2008 and 2012. So the original TCUN ended, and the TCUN is a network of scientific sensors that collect data, accurate measurements for the coastal areas, and it's funded by NOAA, and it is now under a new sponsor, Woods Hole Group. The data that they collect is used to drive research into physical oceanographic modeling, which includes improved water level predictions.
Okay, I think we can agree, and sorry to, but people are nodding here, so we, which you can see, and so we would mark it yes if we don't have any objections from the phones or in here. No, so we accept it.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Kingsville is up next.
Yeah, this is Alan Rasmussen at Kingsville. Yeah, this particular grant, when we put this in, it's 2 of the 3 objectives were focused on research, and they were particularly focusing on 1.31 and 1.32. Those areas is what we were trying to look at, is getting faculty more involved with the bringing research to our students. But what we're really trying to test on that is research something that really makes a difference for our student population. So what they're going to be doing is they're funding the redevelopment of some of those courses, but as faculty who is taking some of those sections, they're only going to redevelop one section to incorporate research, and then we'll be able to follow those students to see if that research is actually going to enhance their ability to go into graduate school, maintain and improve their retention and their graduation rates. When we went through that, we also were bringing in and training the faculty so they can actually bring those undergraduates into their research projects and use those students. But what we're trying to do is make sure the faculty don't overload the undergraduates, so we're teaching them basically how to scale their research. So as you bring in a freshman, they understand what the research question is, then can they actually implement the research by the time they're a senior, and we'll be able to follow those. The other thing we're looking at is trying to determine if it's best to use a centralized model to bring undergraduates into research or a decentralized. We're using a decentralized model. We're working with Bridgewater State University in Massachusetts to be able to look at their centralized model. So once we get those done, then we'll look at should we continue to try and incorporate research into our classes in the future. We've kind of gotten tired, and our faculty are a little upset going, you keep bringing these ideas, but you actually don't bring any research that said it made a difference for our population.
Can I ask a question? Was the program funded under a minority serving institute or a Hispanic serving institute?
It's a Hispanic serving institute.
Yeah, we've seen a number of these over the years, and whether it's to build more capacity within the institution or to encourage underrepresented groups to participate, particularly in research. Yeah, I mean, it seems like it's the same ilk. So.
And when we put in, we had about 72% of the budget actually is what was in going towards this research.
I'm okay with it.
Okay, any other questions? Then we mark it yes.
Why is there no CFDA number? If it was funded through the U.S. Department of Education.
It was funded through the U.S. Department of Education. I think it was
under
a title.
what CFDA?
I think it's Title V. I don't recall that.
84.031S or A.
Are you going to anticipate any problems with your state auditors? Because
Manuela, there's a note for the CFDA number. They didn't include a link, but a note says the CFDA number.
I'm sorry, I did not see that.
Okay, so we mark this as yes. Thank you. Texarkana. Don't know. Is anybody on the phone for Texarkana? We put that on hold then. Texas Southern University. Also nobody on the phone, Texas Southern? All right. We go forward to Texas State University.
Okay, the first award is 26399. It's NSF award. We're classifying it as research under 1.1.1. It fits under the category of engineering education research. The primary experimental work for this research aims to first discover key concepts and principles that particularly enable a more diverse group of students to leverage creativity and innovation towards success in engineering careers. The second part is to discover specific learning modules that involve both STEM university students and pre-service teachers in order to develop teamwork, self-efficacy, communication, identity formation in a makerspace environment, which is sort of the new model here. Finally, third is to validate instruments to measure the impact of such programs on students' self-efficacy, communication, and identity formation. There are several other sub-questions, like to what extent does involvement in a makerspace serve as a pathway to and through engineering? To what extent does involvement in a makerspace affect student learning and STEM professional identity development? What engineering instructional approaches can value, build upon, and render meaningful students prior to making a life experience and thereby boost student success? Ultimately, the research seeks to understand the effect of novel learning environments on engineering learning and will examine how to design courses and will examine how design courses may be restructured to enhance the success of students in underrepresented populations.
Any questions? Objections? We get nods. We say yes.
The next award, 26401, is from TxDOT. The proposed collaborative effort is going to involve muscle experts. That's the bivalves, not the tissue. Muscle experts, geneticists, and engineers. It's going to enable to test currently applied relocation methods for the mitigation, but also examine alternative options to provide a best management approach. We will test the capacity of a captive propagation for population augmentation as an alternative mitigation strategy to relocation. We propose to first compare cost and efficacy of different survey methods, testing seasonally, reiterative and grid surveys against exhaustive. I'm sorry? Yeah, well, just say yes. And
okay.
I can't look up, I can't dribble the basketball and go down court at the same time.
Okay.
The next one, 26414, we are actually withdrawing. We do not consider that a research project, and so we're going to.
26414.
Is withdrawn.
Withdrawn.
Correct.
And
I think it was a Title IV that we just.
So.
Daniel Brown, correct. Mm-hmm.
So Jen will say no, and
correct.
We should make a note in the note field. Institutional withdrawal or something.
Mm-hmm.
So we know what happened.
Moving on, 26418. I think it's from the U.S. Army. It's actually designed to create innovative materials made out of gallium nitride and diamond structures to greatly improve thermal management for energy and communication technologies.
Sounds like research.
Yeah, it is. Several
research.
of these are, thank you, several of these are fairly routine, I would say. The next one is an NSF Career Award. I mean, I could go into that, but there's really no need to, I think. The next one is interesting. It's actually a research award. It comes as an interagency cooperative agreement, and hopefully you can pull that up. Yeah, it's 26453. If you just look at the simple overview, I mean, the sponsor has written, and the sponsor is the Department of Aging and Disability Services. The funding is coming through the Medicare Improvement for Patients and Providers Act, which has recently been enacted into law. The overview, as it states on the contract, interagency agreement, or cooperative contract rather, is that Texas State will conduct research in regions across the state of Texas to identify clusters of rural and low-income individuals within 5 years of becoming 65 and those ages 65 and over. The results of the research will help determine the most effective outreach. This is not outreach, it's to determine the most effective outreach. Yeah,
Okay.
it's the sponsor has
And if I might comment, it was very helpful that you included the ICC, because we could see clearly that you were able to publish your research results,
Right.
and that would have been my only misgiving on this
Correct.
one.
Yeah, if you can't generalize the information, then it's a problem. 26454 is an NSF R15 award. NIH R15 award. That's a standard research award. 26457 was a mixed purpose, and I just couldn't convince myself that there was enough research components, so we're withdrawing that one.
Okay. That is 26457?
Correct, mix.
Okay.
26462 is the Texas State version of the SAMHSA award that we just heard about. It's intervention research.
Okay.
Yeah, I can go into more detail. But
26462, we say yes. 26493.
It's another NIH R15 award. Very interesting, but not controversial.
So we say yes to 26493.
The next, 26502, is 1.1.1. The funder, who's the funder? Is it U.S. Army on this one? Yeah, not the NREL. Okay. So U.S. Army, the proposed research is to examine the effects of passivation approach on mercury cadmium telluride materials for short-wave infrared detectors.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it sounds like restricted
Pretty standard,
research.
yeah. The next one, which involves the same researcher, the same molecular beam epitaxy lab, is a subcontract that we received from the National Research Renewable Energy Lab. I'm sorry. If you read the CFDA, it's to conduct balanced research and development efforts.
Okay.
So it's, again, pretty
We say yes.
pretty standard. 26515 is another NSF Career Award.
Okay. we
Yeah,
say
some of
yes.
these shouldn't have been questioned in our opinion, but it happened, so we're uploaded the materials.
Maybe it was a technical difficulty.
Hopefully so, Manuela, hopefully so. Or you're not using the SAM appropriately in this process. You should be using the SAM, this is my soapbox opportunity, right? Use the
I
SAM.
figured you were waiting for the opportunity.
Well, thank you, Manuela.
We just enjoy your voice.
Yeah, thank you. But, you know, the SAM is a very good document, and you can use the SAM as both to justify your classification, but to also use it in this questioning process as well. So if it's that explicit, 1.1.3, then anyway, moving on. 519? Yes, 519, again, comes from the Department of the Army, or DOD through the Army. Yeah, we're going to propose fundamental research for RERAM applications. The next one is, in my opinion, a standard NSF single investigator award. If I can
That's
go into
26521.
Yes, sir. The last one, 28327. is a project funded through Texas Workforce Commission. The research project is designed to understand what are the skills and knowledge that adults who complete the GED or adult secondary diploma require in order to be prepared to succeed in post-secondary education programs, technical training programs, or entry-level jobs. Ultimately, the research will be part of information that's used to revise the Texas Adult Education Standards and Benchmarks, which is the Adult Education Standards document that guides the operation and accountability of all Texas adult education programs that are funded through the Workforce Investment and Opportunity Act. The new standards will replace the original standards and benchmarks published in 2008, will increase the rigor required for adult students and adult education programs to meet Texas college and career readiness standards, the GED 2014, the National Common Core, and the competitive demands of employers for highly skilled workers. There's a lot of pre-data collection that's going on that involves the selection of a standards work group comprised of practitioners and experts in the field of adult education.
Yeah, we have a similar proposal we're defending. These are pretty clear.
Yeah, I mean, it's in fact, I uploaded the surveys when I foolishly printed them, and it was a stack like that. Yeah, that's all that there.
The Texas Workforce Commission is really starting to require that you're asking specific questions.
Yeah, and it's different. I mean, normally we've looked at TWC awards, you know, with a closer scrutiny, but this one seems to meet it. Okay.
No objections, we mark it as yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
A lot of preparation. Some of them are easy.
So Jen has fast hands, but she has to catch up with us. So then, no? Texas Tech? Texas Tech, are you ready? Push your microphone.
Okay. Okay, so 26101 is trip matched. Does that require further discussion? Okay.
No.
No.
Trip is yes.
It's trip. It's a.
I think you had several of those. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
26565 is, we believe it meets 1.3.1, developing, testing, and an instructional or educational model through appropriate research methodologies. It's a cooperative to develop, pilot, and scale effective teacher preparation practices. It includes multiple measures of assessment and an extensive dissemination plan. The budget does reflect the purposes of the project, with 25% effort of one faculty member devoted to design-based research, funding, et cetera. We also have subawards to manage dissemination, and it has an approved IRB protocol.
Yeah, those look familiar.
Any questions? No, we mark it as a yes.
It's a nice award. That's a big award.
26566.
26566, we believe it also meets 1.3.1 of the SAM, and I will point out that the budget uploaded in this database is not correct. That is, this was a budget, this is an extension of a previous project that was approved by this board in 2014, and so that budget in there, unfortunately, is part of that, so I do apologize for that. This is, it's funded by a U.S. Department of Education seed grant, and it's to allow eligible entities to develop, expand, and evaluate practices that can serve as models of best practices and can be sustained and disseminated. I'm going to keep reading.
No, that's very similar. No, you don't need to keep reading. That's very similar.
Okay,
Yeah.
we mark this one as yes.
26739. Also 1.3.1, the components of this project are conducting research on teaching and learning of cybersecurity, including research on materials, methods, and interventions, evaluate the teaching and learning effectiveness of the curriculum and courses, integrate them into the degree program, and evaluate the effectiveness of cybersecurity competitions. Basically, TTU with Sandia National Labs is utilizing professionals to conduct cognitive task analysis to determine what problems professionals face. These professionals be observed, interviewed, and recorded. Information gleaned from these professionals will be used to determine the appropriate categories based on knowledge,
Yeah,
skills.
that sounds
No
appropriate.
objections?
No objections.
So we mark this as yes.
Yeah.
The next one, I believe, is a gift.
Looks like an endowed professor.
Yes,
Mhm.
and it is to, am I right, am I on the right one? Yeah, there we go. The purpose of this endowed professorship is to advance the research of the McVeigh Endowed Professorship holder.
Yeah.
Okay.
Trip match, probably.
Not yet.
You have it submitted, but not reviewed?
I'm not sure if I think it's been submitted, but not reviewed.
That's fine.
All right, that's 26742. That's a yes.
26756 was trip matched.
Yes.
It's a yes. 26757.
Trip matched.
Oh, that's also a trip matched.
Yeah, fellowships and endowments.
26780.
26780, this project was funded under the same program as Award 23870, which was approved by this board in 2015. It's recruitment of other country candidates to do research in the United States, funding for the purposes of developing their research or implementing their research activities.
Yeah.
Okay, that is also a yes. Two 26781.
26781, we believe meets 1.3.1 of the SAM, and the purpose of this project is to develop a framework for teaching issues communications by creating and utilizing multiple case studies that will be implemented at universities, evaluated and modified, then made available to other institutions.
Questions? No?
That's good.
Yeah.
It's a yes.
Two 26797 was trip matched.
That's a yes.
Two 26803 was the amount of the award was incorrectly reported. It is not $500,000. It is actually $208,531. With that being said, it is basically two task orders from the Department of Transportation that involve developing a testing plan and conducting testing on weight deflectometers, conduct various tests using mirror equipment to understand concrete and analyze that data and making recommendations as to the best rehabilitation strategies. And
Yeah, it's research.
Okay.
Yeah, but what was the award amount?
208, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's not subject to question, yeah, so.
To a person with the $300 award, that was questioned.
That's why I was prepared.
Okay.
I have an email that was 80.
Okay, I'll follow up with our accounting services department.
Okay.
Okay.
Well,
Thank you.
it sounds like research.
I think we got two updates on that. One was 87, and then it came to 203, so,
Okay.
yeah, so I think you're good. 203 is good.
You're fine.
It was marked as yes.
Yes.
Yes, it's marked as yes. 26876.
It matched.
Yep.
So was 26951.
26951, trip.
Yep.
26976.
So 26976, we believe meets 1.1.9.
Really?
And so the CFDA number on that, or the award notice for the project, states that this does not fund research projects with the exception of on-farm conservation research. And at least one half scope of the project includes conducting on-farm research to investigate relationships of pollinators and conservation practices, testing hypotheses involving the influence of native pollinator soil characteristics and surface freshwater.
It's good research.
Okay. To 6978.
26978 is the exact same project of one that was just approved a minute ago, 26780. It's utilizing foreign students, bringing them in and funding their research within the United States.
Okay, we mark it as yes.
Yes.
And then one more, 27005.
We're withdrawing that.
Oh, that's withdrawn? Excellent, very good. We're making good progress, and so I would like to give an opportunity for restaurant break and coffee break, and for maybe 5 to 10 minutes, maybe depending how it goes, and short break. still raining in Austin and thundering. It's good, yes. Okay, we are gathered back up here at the coordinating board, and I hope everybody on the phone is back. And but right now we have representatives from UT Arlington, and they are present, and they're invited to lead us through their questionable awards.
Okay, so this first one is performing seismic study and hypothetical seismic scenarios using a dam as a testing site. And I'll just say that, seismic activity is somewhat new to Texas. And so testing the effects or the makeup of soil near these materials, so it's not only just testing it, but it's also analyzing that data and saying, okay, what effects may it have throughout Texas itself? And we added some supplemental material to that effect.
Timely research.
Oh, that's Tarrant Regional Water, interesting. Okay, so 27267 is a yes.
All right, 27277, we can't share this because it's proprietary, but from what we can share, this is in preparation for an AFRL research program submission through Lockheed, and we added a statement from our faculty member that essentially he has developed a modeling and method for testing material, how it's structurally sound, and they'll be testing Lockheed's material with his new methods, and that'll be part of the submission for the AFRL research program.
No questions on that.
Okay, that one is a yes.
Okay, the next one, 27291. This is essentially taking natural gas and converting it to liquid. We are basically building a prototype and trying to maximize basically the effect of that conversion. And also the catalyst, we're researching the catalyst to basically maximize it as well. So it's not only the development.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Okay, that is 27291.
Okay, so this next one is 27293. So first, I wanted to take note, this is through Texas Department of Transportation. It is classified by them as a research project. And we also are to incorporate...
In what form, Jeremy, did they classify it? Do the contractual agreement?
Through the project agreement itself, there's actually a checkbox.
Right.
It's uploaded. There's research staff that's part of their actual form. It's at the bottom. Okay, and then the top right is where the research project is identified versus an implementation project.
Don't need any more.
Okay.
I had just a real quick question, if you don't mind.
Yes.
On this one of the things that we kind of have to work a little bit diligently on is to make sure that we do project reporting rather than grant period reporting. And when I looked at the budget on this one, it looked like this one might be like a total of $1.8 million in total funds, and this is a $900,000 increment. I was just wanted to ask about that.
So we have it listed as 920.
Okay.
Where'd you see the one?
On the budget, on one of the
The
documents.
budget uploaded is
On one of the documents, it looked like 1.8. I may have read it wrong.
I have the budget here. It's
Okay.
920.
All right, thanks.
The current award period is 920.
Uh-huh.
But it's a 2-year award. It's subject to performance measures or available funding or...
So the question was whether about the budget, and apparently this is for 1 year, and follow-up years are
Yeah,
contingent.
and that's often why there's a discrepancy sometimes between what we see as a potential total award and what we see as the reported amount, which is what you're only authorized to spend in that year.
Exactly. We would need to get an FY17 contract to be able to continue to spend that 898. This is typical
Very good.
RTI format.
Okay. Oh, RTI.
RTI.
Got it.
Text.rti.
Got it.
So is this how we should be compiling the award totals? Because what we do is if it's a potential, 900,000, I put 1.8 million to report to this group because it has the potential of a $1.8 million grant.
And it is the same project. I would
Versus what
report
you're
it the same way.
only
Yeah,
obligated to spend?
Yeah, we've debated this and at length last year, actually.
Yeah.
That's why we changed our tech stop project. We got an award for $500,000. That certain amount.
Yeah, I'd like to see some clarification moving forward on how to handle these because, the simple fact is there are contingencies that could result in not getting funded. These aren't exactly like a multi-year, say, NSF, NIH, where, you go, well, I'm only going to report the first year because that's what we're obligated to spend. This is more of a performance, or can be in some cases, a performance-based continuation, and you just simply don't know.
Yeah.
True, but you could save time at the meeting if you report the full thing, because then next year you're not obligated to report it again.
That's true,
once
too.
it's
So,
approved.
and these are the discussions that we've had. So at least we're consistent
But
in our discussions, yeah.
Even if it's done,
Whereas if you get a $5 million award and you get incrementally funded at like 150 each time around, you never report it.
Well, I
So it's
understand that,
better
and that's
to go ahead
that's the concern, yeah.
That's the concern. It flies under the radar the
Yeah.
whole 5 years.
Right.
And it never gets
So
looked at. Where actually it's a $5 million.
We report total anticipated award amount, period.
So do we.
Because in the long run, if I don't have the expenditure because I didn't get awarded, then, the continuations or other increments, then
The point's taken. I just don't know what's the best process for doing that. You can report a big number. This one was going to get questioned regardless, whether it was the midpoint number or not. And that's happened before, too. But your point's, and the panel's point, it's taken.
and it would be covered for next year because it was already reviewed.
That's correct.
But I get the point that it's under
that's correct.
250, and then cumulatively at some point in time in the future.
Sure.
Exactly.
My feeling is that if the contingency is just performance and not changing the scope or the type of award, then it should be put together.
Okay.
Because it's the same thing. Already it will be the same thing. If it is a continuation award where the thing or the next award could change, and where it's not clear what will come up.
Yeah. Well, I'd
In
like
other
to
words,
see that,
it may
captured
be-
in the SAM somehow.
We
Right.
had some awards where now it's research. First, it's maybe not, and the first award in a series, and then you don't put them together, obviously. But if it is already spelled out that these will be a string, and this is one award with contingencies, then we should concatenate them together for the reason that we might want to look at them because they fall over 250.
Is there any negative point to compiling multi-years into one report, even though there is the possibility of a change over the years? Is there any negative?
But what we've said is that if the scope of work changes, then you do have to bring it, right? But if the scope of work's not changing, then, once it's been evaluated and approved, then it's evaluated and approved. Whether you're obligated to spend the total amount or what you think is the total amount is another question. I just think you can handle it by, putting some kind of language in the SAM that specifically addresses multi-year awards where there may be a contingency.
Why convoluted? Why make it, I mean, it's self-explanatory as is, you know, you.
Well, I don't know. I mean, this is the second time we've had this long discussion, so I don't know.
Yeah,
I mean, I think we all understand it, but I mean, I would rather codify it in the document that.
So to the point, this is research. Done.
Yeah, no, that's not the question. Yeah.
But think about one of the purposes of this is transparency.
Absolutely.
And I think we should stick to that.
Absolutely.
If the point is transparency.
Absolutely.
Then we should be erring on the side of caution and making the process transparent.
Absolutely.
Right, and you're saying that would mean put it together so it sees the light
Yeah,
of
so
day.
you should always err in favor of evaluating it than not evaluating it.
Correct. And that's what I think language in the SAM would say, or would ultimately indicate, that you have to present it as a potential total so that the panel can look at it. I mean, the benefit is you have to do it once. So, we can discuss that later.
Okay, so this was award 27293, and we'll see it again next year since you didn't have...
No. We'll see it on the list, but what he'll say is...
It's already been approved.
It's already been approved.
Put our hands up.
Put it in the notes.
Sorry, Jeremy.
Okay.
27333.
All right. So this is a collaborative research, big data, with NSF. And essentially, it looks like we are taking social media, taking a lot of data, making analytics out of it to better understand how communities learn. And so the innovation in the proposed work lies in a unique combination of massive data sets and innovative data infrastructure brought to the problem and the novel modeling techniques. And then our specific component of the collaborative research project we uploaded, or it mentions our co-PI, Siemens, Dr. Siemens, our PI. So individuals engaged in learning and knowledge spaces of varying structure. Research outputs will include the development of a flexible learning design model that will guide course design. I think that, if you just look at the overall purpose, that is the overall intent.
Sounds good.
Oh, okay, no objections.
All right. So 27334 is a different flavor of the same faculty member. And this, though, is taking data and developing, I would say, more of a prototype, although it's software, for the development of smart courses. And so, I guess in looking at the SAM, it's more about the development of it's R&D to develop a prototype, even though it's software. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, it's a yes.
Okay, the 27335, this is a gift that's trip match for the liquid to gas catalyst. Okay.
Nice.
27351, this is NSF Math Eager program. So things to highlight here is, one, we have IRB approval for our research subjects. And the project seeks to provide valid, reliable, and efficiency scored items that provide key information on students' MPS, and such tools do not currently exist. A successful project may lead to novel way to influence course redesign to meet student learning outcomes and establish another avenue for determining readiness for the gateway.
Okay.
Sounds good to me.
No objections, we mark it yes.
All right, the next one, 27482, this is, I'll say, the infamous MEP program that I think in the first year we reviewed and discussed at length and approved as
Yours
research.
was the seminal one that we approved as research.
Right.
So this is related, and how?
This is the actual renewal. It ended its 20-year life cycle, and this is now back to year one. And
Same scope of work, same
Precisely.
initiative. Okay.
And again, our focus is more on the technology transfer, developing prototypes for improving companies' manufacturing performance. All right.
Okay, this is 27482, also a yes.
Okay, 27485. We asked our faculty member for more information that unfortunately, we didn't have before this meeting to upload, but all right. So our question to our faculty member was, how is this different from like an engineering service? You know, what are we doing differently in terms of imaging the sewer system of the city of Arlington? So in this collected data, which identifies the problem, let's see, Okay, so failed regions will be identified and core samples will be extracted for laboratory analysis. The samples will be analyzed through special existing UTA equipment for corrosion of reinforced concrete pipes or fiberglass pipes. With corrosion analysis, the corroded reinforcements will be placed in a chemical solution for removal of the corroded region, and the volume loss will be determined through a special technique developed at UTA. The level of delimitation of the composite pipes will be determined through microscopic and chemical analysis. The ultimate goal of the project is to determine the remaining service life of the City of Arlington pipes and identification of the measures to be taken in order to prevent catastrophic failure.
Yeah.
Is it intended to be published? Is it just a service project?
As long as there's no
And of course, the city does not
restriction.
want to have their data, as a publication, but knowledge gained and stuff. Of course, the PI or
Yeah, as long as there's no
investigator can
publication restriction.
There's no publication restriction.
Then,
No, it's just the data you can't.
It's our intent to publish.
Exactly.
yeah. I mean, it's like the export control rule. Would it normally be published? And that's clearly the case.
Okay, so the opinion is this is application-based research, and so we mark it as yes.
Thank you.
All right, we're moving on to UT Dallas.
Good morning.
Hello?
Okay. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes?
Okay, so the first one, number 27787, we are withdrawing.
So 27787 is withdrawn by institution.
Yes. And the second one, 27864, this one is an NIH R03. We coded it research based on SAM code 1.1.1.
Okay, people are nodding yes.
Yes, I wondered myself. Okay, the next one is number 27880, and this is an NSF. The CFDA is 47.076. We coded it research based on SAM code 1.3.1 and 1.3.2. We do have an IRB that classified as research under minimal review. The PIs are building upon they had a previous AFOSR award, and they're building on that. They're going to develop a virtual laboratory for secure mobile computing, and they're also going to develop courses and a capstone course for our cybersecurity program. They're going to address security challenges facing Android apps and perform a platform accessible to app users, developers, and researchers that can aid in safe app development and provide better insight for further research to make the smartphone environment safer and more secure.
Okay.
The budget is for student workers, for grad students. There's a postdoc as well. It's PI time. There's also going to be a consultant hired in the second year to evaluate the program and the efficacy of it. They are going to follow the students a year after the program to see how exactly it has benefited them. and they already have been accepted to present one paper at the annual Computer Security Applications Conference.
Sure, that's fine.
It's capacity
Yeah.
building, correct?
Pardon me?
This is a capacity building.
Some, I've got some, also 1.3.1, sounds like there's some curriculum development as well. There's a
Yes,
lot
there
of
is curriculum development.
Yeah, there's a
but-
lot of components in it. I mean, it looks good to me, yeah.
Okay, people in the room say yes, no objections. Then we mark it as a yes.
Thank you.
That concludes UT Dallas. All right, Manuela, you're up.
Thank you.
Return them.
Good morning. I'm up, I'm nervous, so I
Fine, just
don't
go
have
slow.
the elegant speech patterns as I've heard this morning. However, starting with our first project, 26099, the program description from the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, that's what I felt was important to include. That it is, the nuclear industry is also currently facing the concern with the missing generation workforce. Over the last 6 decades, U.S. has led the global research and development in energy production, conversion, and utilization. So we're developing a workforce with new models of training and hands-on training, definitely, in the nuclear.
I'll be defending the same grant.
Yeah, it's 1.3.2. Yeah.
I mean, it's clear cut.
Yeah.
Then we go on to the next one. Thank you very much. I'm a little slow here. National Center for Defense Manufacturing Project 26842. My other notes. This project qualifies under Appendix A, Section 1.1.4 and 1.1.7. The proposed systems would integrate an existing thermoplastic extrusion system to be identified during the execution of the grant and to include possible both a high-performance and a low-cost version seamlessly within a gantry, including a router and tool exchange system. Custom tooling will be included, optimized, and integrated with the control software for micromachining. And I figured it is research because I don't understand half of it. So
You did well with the polymer extrusion.
I practiced speaking it, but I don't understand it necessarily.
That's
But
fine.
it's definitely research.
Yeah, it's development.
It's development. So do
Okay,
we
that's
agree?
26842. We
The
mark
less
it.
I read, the less trouble I can get into.
No objections, no questions, we mark it as yes.
Right, and then our next project, 26847, from the National Science Foundation, CFD code 47076, is just RPI still repeat titles to where they're really not saying what they're doing, they're just saying what the agency wants to hear, which is scholarship for services, education, and workforce development of software engineers in the capabilities to build secure cyber systems. So the abstract in the note section is this project qualifies as restricted research under Appendix A, Section 1.3.2, although the title copied from the announcement and the abstract provided in the initial restricted research report are indicative that NSF objectives, the true purpose of research and research training as defined in the proposed overview of the project summary below. There is an increased focus on the development of secure software systems that integrate cybersecurity because of their integral role in the operations of systems used for defense, energy, communication, transportation, and manufacturing. The proposal seeks funds for an SFS Scholars Program that supports students who complete UTEP's Master of Science in Software Engineering Secure Cyber Systems Program. The overarching goal of the SFS Scholarship Program is to provide scholarships to students who will enter the workforce capable of taking disciplines and process-oriented approach in the creation and development of complex, secure systems. The goals of the projects are, one, to double the number of the students who complete the acronym program, including undergraduates completing the fast track acronym program, to graduate students who enter the workforce within the ability to transfer state-of-the-art cybersecurity techniques and approaches into the practice, and 3, to place students in government positions that utilize their knowledge and capabilities in cybersecurity. So I figured it was mainly a program designed to train students in techniques in research techniques as defined in 1.3.2.
Where is the research in this piece?
Well, I mean, if you look at the uploaded document that's there, look under intellectual merit, read the last sentence under intellectual merit. And again, I think this is where, you know, unless it's one of the exceptions to NSF, I tend to see them as research awards. I mean, the effort includes formative and summative evaluation, a well-defined continuous quality improvement plan to assess how well the curriculum and student co-curricular activities prepare students. I mean,
I don't know about that, though, because most projects nowadays have to have evaluation, summative and formative.
well, and we talked about
So
that. It's not necessary, but it's required, right?
Because the SFS program really focuses more on training. If there were more about research training in this, I'd feel a little stronger, but I'm not seeing a whole lot of that. Do you have some more, Manuela, in terms of the narrative or anything?
I do, and I'm actually kind of surprised that I didn't upload it.
Is the narrative uploaded?
I guess what kind of brings this to the questionable level is that the objectives and the goals, not one of them has anything to do with research whatsoever. It's all scholarships and workforce placement, workforce training. There isn't any objective or goal that is in any way research related. And so that kind of brings it to the top of the questions.
It does, and we've had things like this in the past, and typically we look for two components. It can't be just the program evaluation, right? Because almost every, or I don't know, a lot of educational programs have that assessment component. One of the other things we look for, so that's research on the research, right? The other component that we look for, particularly when there are students involved, and this came up earlier, is it a requirement of being in the program to conduct research? Will those students have to conduct research, not just necessarily be trained, although that's a positive as well under 1.3.2, but those are the things that we've looked for in these kind of recruit and retain, particularly underrepresented or any class of students, is that yes, there is program evaluation, but being in the program also requires the students to conduct
Research.
their own research. So
That's exactly
is that
where
part
it's
of this?
going. And I found some additional information where this program is also built on the that's why the students are getting scholarships.
Absolutely, I understand that, yeah.
To participate in these research projects while they're attending these certain classes, to learn those techniques and whatever.
It also notes that, I think at the end of the broader impacts, that the results are going to be disseminated and
Exactly.
published.
The educational and training materials developed through the program will be published and disseminated through the CASI institution and beyond the CASI summit in the social media.
And so the other things we like to look for too in those cases is that
I'm trying to relax.
Comes with music.
yeah, and it comes with music, is that, are the students involved actually research subjects? And so would there be IRB, whether it's exemption or, so those are the kind of like, it's a string of things, and you're heading down that direction.
Right.
Yeah.
I am not sure that they're subject to IRB, the students.
And they may not, it's one of the things we look for.
However,
right.
they're also putting together a better model to teach simply because of cybersecurity is constantly evolving, that field itself. So they're developing some new courses and refreshing some new course material to build a stronger program, and then they're applying those new programs or recruiting students into these new programs in cybersecurity, where the classroom actually is the lab, the computer lab, and hoping that with that new curriculum and or improved curriculum, that they can then have a better, stronger workforce
You also have
in cybersecurity.
you have a connection with SACNAS there, which is an organization that allows students to present research. So I think that's another clue.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a problem. We can call the vote if we need to. But.
Well, when you have education and training materials will be disseminated, right? In the
Absolutely.
What about the research results? I mean, you're going to disseminate your education and your training, but where's the research?
Where's the research? I do believe that most of these student participants will also travel to conferences, and I think part of their stipend support is included in that.
Well, that's not research. They have to conduct research and present at conferences.
That's what SACNAS
That's what I'm
is.
saying.
That's what SACNAS is.
Yeah, SACNAS is a forum for students
To present their research.
Okay.
either in poster or in oral format.
I'm a no.
Let's call the vote. We haven't had one of those today.
I know it.
So there are still some
For me.
questions. So yeah, we can vote on this. Does anybody want to discuss before we vote to be informed more?
I guess the question I'm having on here is what type of research they're doing.
Microphone.
I'm sorry, I thought we were just wanting the music.
I think the music comes through the phone line, so please.
I was going to say, whose fight song is that?
Yeah, I guess the question that I can't see in here is really what is the research they're doing? Is it research on developing a class and comparative class, or is it just a new class that we're assuming now is going to be better because we developed it? But what are the students actually researching? Because I guess I can't see that. I know when we're looking at that, but I actually can't see what the research is or what you're trying to test. And that's the only thing. If you can give us that, it'd be a lot easier to evaluate. Right now, it really doesn't tell me what we're doing. Is it coursework only?
Okay.
So that's, I guess, if you could, get the narrative.
Both. It's really both. We have, on the one side, we have where we're developing new course material, and we're putting these students through the new revised course material and seeing what the impacts are. And on the other side, each student going through the program has its own research project.
While you hold,
its own research projects or research theme that they work either in cohorts or individually in cybersecurity. So I don't even have my telephone protected, so I don't know what cybersecurity necessarily is. However, that's the overarching theme that I understand coming out of this project, being supported by this project. And it's a part of a bigger issue in the cyber center within UTEP. So it's all research-based as far as I'm concerned.
at Sam Houston State University, long-standing traditions and a...
Busted.
Jig is up.
You have been busted.
Okay, so shall we vote on this? Okay, then I do the roll call. Let's start with the room. So that's Texas State.
Yes.
And then University of Houston.
No.
And Texas, West Texas. No. Texas Tech.
No.
And Kingsville.
No.
Oops. Angela State.
No.
Texas Women. Pardon me? No. Downtown?
Yes.
Yes. Prairie View?
Yes.
And El Paso?
I'm going to go ahead and ask to shelve this project for a moment because I'm in my electronic filing system to where I can get you the 15-page application and the guidelines that we applied to and got funded on. So if the board will bear with
Well,
me.
the narrative too, Manuel. Not just.
15-page
Okay, yeah, the
everything.
narrative. Yeah.
It's the whole proposal, file, and budget, and abstract, everything.
Thank you.
Okay, so bear with me for a moment. Appreciate it.
Just table it and we can come back to it.
Right.
Okay. So we skip this one for now.
For now, right. And I'll present after lunch or whatever to give me some time to get it, and then make a final decision. Is that okay with you guys? Okay. Then we'll go ahead and go on to project 27511, GP Extra Academic Year Pathway Research Experience Program from the National Science Foundation, CFDA Code 47050 in the geosciences. This project is to
Yeah, it's a mentored research experience for students.
Thank you. My uploads are not very clear here. The El Paso region surrounded by the Franklin Mountains and within the 2-hour desert provide an ideal natural setting for exploring geoscience and environmental issues. Located at the southern end of the Rio Grande Rift and along the Rio Grande River, geology in El Paso features visible and easily accessible fault scarps, basin, and range.
Yeah, I think you're good on this.
Thank you.
So it's research
Of course,
training?
I would like to highlight El Paso region
Okay.
a little bit more, but
So 27511 is a yes.
thank you. And then next we have the project 27513. That's Project MURAP, Aerospace Academy for the Southwest. This is actually built, it's a renewal of a project supported in 2011. So
It was approved by this agency in 2011.
I will have to address that one later as well. I thought I went wrong with one. I do not know why.
It looks like it was approved for restricted research in 2011.
It was, and
So
this is
if
the
it's
renewal.
if there's no change in scope,
No, there is not. It is just continuing our efforts in that area. It's just a name change. MURAP stayed the same, which I even wrote the definition as to what it was, but it didn't make it here. Because the title MURAP is inclusive of the research. Losing my composure.
So what are people thinking about this?
I think if it's a continuation of something that's already been approved by this body without a change in scope, then it's probably okay.
I agree.
So this is continuation. Any objections? Then we mark it as a yes.
Very much.
27517.
Next time I'm bringing my papers. 17. Okay, this one, we had an error. The CFDA number originally uploaded was incorrect. This project qualifies as restricted research under Appendix A, Section 1.1.1. The submission had the wrong CFDA. Per agency award notice, see copy below. The correct CFDA and title is 47.041. It's an engineering grant and therefore automatically is subject to be counted in the research cluster under the CFA. It's research, okay, as provided for by NSF.
Are there any documents on that one at all?
Pardon me, are there any
Any documents?
documents?
The note.
Let's
I
transform
added
the
award
curriculum.
documents to assist NSF in evaluating Engineering Education Center EEC division programs and meeting the reporting requirements. No, I just highlighted the award documents itself, the NOGA from NSF. That, because it's made out of a division other than the Education Human Resource Division from NSF, meaning they're automatically coded research because NSF does not fund anything out of their division that's not research-based.
Yes,
Does
they
that
do.
make any sense?
Are we using that guideline? And everything NSF is restricted research? I know we just talked about this. But then I thought we kind of came a little bit around.
We came around a little bit questioning awards out of the Education Human Resources, as evident in this year's review process, because everything in those out of those division got marked for every institution as questionable. However, the other divisions, you know, like geosciences, engineering, computer sciences, those divisions normally are not questioned because NSF is on record of saying we will not fund other than research out of these divisions in those, under those CFDA numbers.
Oh, and you're right, normally they're not, it's just there's always the exception. When I left Houston on Tuesday morning, there wasn't a document up there to look at, and so that's why I was asking if there was any documentation on it. That's the only reason.
Yeah,
didn't
the
see
only thing I uploaded was my notes.
No, you've got,
I had the original abstract, I think.
you got project summary.
Okay, the project summary, and then I uploaded my notes where I made a determination this qualifies under 1.1, and just for good measure, I corrected the CFDA, and then for better measures, I copied the award notification so you could verify the CFDA number, and, you know, under that CFDA objective, it does say they're expecting research.
Well, I think you could also include 1.3.1 because in the project summary, it talks more about the curriculum development that's going to take place. There's also the development of a climate of connectedness through a shared sense of purpose among faculty focus. I'm not quite sure what that means in terms of research, but I mean, as
I think there's elements in that intellectual merit.
Yeah, I was going to say,
section in
as,
particular
as
that this is research.
Hispanic serving or minority serving, I mean, these come up frequently, and it's these awards are to specifically bring groups in cohorts of students into a particular discipline, whether it's ag or social work or computer science, whatever it is, and they're competitively awarded based on their research merit. I mean, That's how it goes, yeah. I mean, they don't just give money to students, or to institutions to develop a virtual lab or whatever it is. It's best practices for a particular group, and then you have to assess it. But I think the curriculum development is probably one of the stronger components here, yeah.
And I'm not sure that it totally answers the question, but I am looking at your NSF abstract that's posted online for this project, and it does mention towards the end that to generate new knowledge about a process-oriented approach to deep educational change, the effort includes ethnographic research on the change process. So I could possibly see some justification based on that.
Sure.
Absolutely. And as you can see, it's coming out of the same college and center as the one we just shelved. There is an inner relationship between the one we just shelved for later documentation and this project as well. Okay, so just to keep that in mind.
Context.
So this definitely, I guess I didn't pay due diligence to this project and highlighting it and providing evidence simply because, to me, it was inherently research, because NSF would not fund it if it weren't.
Well, I don't think you can rely on that argument only, but
I do.
I understand.
Okay. So are we okay with that one?
Yes.
Fine with it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So no objections, no further questions? All right. That was 27517.
Right. Moving on to 27526, where we drawn that one. That was an error. It was the Alice AMP. We got additional allocation to kind of bridge us over and fund two separate supplements, right? Which we represented down below, but they were added to the parent. So the $4 million parent award just made it in there by accident.
So that's 27526, it's withdrawn by the institution.
That is correct. And then next on the agenda, we have 27542, Greg Tweedy, which is an NSF contract given to CH2M Hill contractor, and it's in the Polar program through NSF. And the abstract is written like contract language, but it is research, and I have highlighted mentoring and oversight of student developers and technicians participating in the maintenance task. Basically what this PI does on an annual basis is he takes a group of students up to the Burrow regions in Alaska, one of those words, right? And they actually conduct geospatial research, data collections, and impacts on the environment, and so on and so forth. And then they come back and they have a database where they keep records, not only their own data, but also get data from other participants in that field in polar research, and they maintain that database updated and so on and so forth.
Well, this one looks very similar to last year, 25415, which was approved. Is this a renewal or a continuation, or?
Yeah. Yeah.
Same?
It is. There's two agencies that fund us, and then one is CUMIAC, and the other is CH2M Hill. And they fund us as they get funded by NSF, et cetera, et cetera.
So I've never seen it written this way before.
Written which way?
I'm looking at the statement of work. It's long laundry list of items,
It's
deliverables.
a scope of work in
I've
contract
never seen it
terms,
written
not
this
in
way
grant
before.
terms per se, but in contract terms.
Yeah, it's very deliverables based, yeah.
It is.
Mm-hmm.
But how do you achieve those deliverables?
Mm-hmm.
How do you meet them?
People convinced or mulling it still over? No mulling? Okay, then
Okay, yeah.
we mark it as a yes. That was 27542.
Onward to 27553, Leanne Pennington. Again, this is a National Science Foundation project, and I have an abstract that I had posted. And there's, again, I posted a project summary with the overview. And again, this is workforce development through new course development and let's see here, the overview, the employing model-based reasoning in environmental sciences project aims to develop and test a model for training students to conduct synthesis across disciplinary divides. Synthesis, which is the act of integrating knowledge, data, methods, and perspective in pursuit of a more comprehensive understanding of the problem at hand, has been exclusive in interdisciplinary research on environmental science problems. Empirical studies of interdisciplinary research teams have found that knowledge integration and synthesis is one of the most difficult challenges in these efforts. Issues arise due to the inability of participants to understand deep knowledge of the frontier in its disciplinary and connect that knowledge with their own expertise in ways that provide a collaborative path forward. Empirical data from studies of interdisciplinary research teams suggest that most existing work is actually multidisciplinary and fails to attain to the truly synergistic outcomes expected from interdisciplinary work.
Sounds like a new model, development of a new model, yeah.
I should have skipped the first paragraph, but I wanted an A on my reading
That's okay,
accomplishments.
you're doing fine.
Okay, so no objections? I hear none. So it's 27553 is a yes.
On to 27657. This is an award from the city of El Paso, and it's kind of the same scenario as your UT Arlington City project, where we received an award or a contract agreement that is UTEP is interested in establishing the El Paso Community Health Atlas to serve as a comprehensive real-time database with multiple sources for the collection of health information, which in turn will allow for greater ability to measure and compare health outcomes and focus resources on improving local, regional, and binational health. And this involves survey, it has an IRB as far as I remember. There are no publication restrictions, and knowledge will be published.
Yeah, I think if you look down at items, 4, 5, I mean, there's all the hallmark. We're designing, we're providing analytical predictive engines, we're
Right, I highlighted everything
gaining
in yellow.
reliable coded databases.
It goes beyond just collecting data to create a database.
Correct.
Right.
Correct.
Oh yeah, it does have IRB requirements.
Okay.
Okay.
That's 27657 and no objections, so we mark it yes.
Gotta close some of my windows. I think my little thingamajig here is wanting to quit on me. Okay, I'll go to the next one. 27658, out of the geological sciences, and again, CFDA 47076. Project Improve STEM Education for 21st Century Environmental Scientists through stratified mentoring and professional networking.
This one is clear cut. Yeah, this is easy.
Thank you.
Okay. This is a yes.
Yes.
Then we have 27659, which is a really weird one. Trustees of the University of Pennsylvania. Primary funder is the Mellon Foundation, and the project is Hispanic Serving Institution Pathways to the Professoriate in the Humanities. And part of the other info. This project qualifies as restricted research under Appendix A, Section 1.3.2. U of Penn is paying up to 10 scholarships awards per students to students on the path to the PhD program. The faculty mentoring costs and part-time administrative coordinating funds have been awarded to UTEP. The faculty receiving these funds will assist in a PhD student research project, with the outcomes being the student's dissertation. The project award agreement requires all students to comply with IRB, IRCAP, and RCR training and protocol review requirements. The principal investigator working as part-time coordinator and the humanities faculty, the Penn program, and other key stakeholders will support the work of 30 UTEP undergrads in the humanities who have demonstrated potential for entering the professoriate. Please see the scope of work. This was a very hard one for me to justify because it was one of those awards that we were surprised with. So we didn't really have a lot, but the overarching goal on this is stipulated to us through University of Penn by the Mellon Foundation. You get your qualified students into a path that are willing to go into a path to the professoriate and do research, and on an annual basis attend these workshops and present their results, as well as the coordinator going to these annual workshops mandated to develop strategies on how to increase professor or students going to the professoriate in the humanities via these strategies to get them there. Aside from. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions? Then 27659 is a yes.
Next, we have the 27660 PI, Dr. Lourdes Echegoyen and the funds are to the National Science Foundation. And again, I have uploaded the abstract and the project summary, which is more indicative, because although objective 1 and 2 are not, but objective number 3 measure the impact of the proposed curricular and co-curricular activity on the academic performance and career interest of undergraduate participants. If you go actually into the abstract, into the project narrative itself, you will see very much how it really is a study of this program that is being funded under this project. And it starts on page
7. The table,
right.
Yeah, pretty clear to me.
It becomes clear on page 7 of the narrative that this is a research project. Like under B5, research on the impact of curriculum and co-curricular activities on the academic. So to me, the research is understated, but it's there. It's the primary reason why we got funded.
You're also disseminating results.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, I don't see a problem with this, yeah.
Any other comments? Then we mark this a yes.
We're just, like I said, we're just going to see in our state at our time, we're going to see lots and lots and lots of these. Yeah, which are things we want, right?
Absolutely. Good. Thank you. Moving on to 27665. It's an EPCM Centennial Museum Endowment, and I was able to retrieve the endowment agreement, and the endowment agreement itself was kind of on the vague side. So I went and got a statement from our project director, our director of the Centennial Museum, and I copy and pasted it in here. The Centennial Museum endowment is primarily designed for funding the acquisition, preservation, and conservation of collections at the museum. The funds may also, I didn't underline that, so to note that the museum collection contains more than 30,000 items, all of which can be used for the purpose of research.
Yeah, I think it's 1.4.3, supportive projects pertaining to library collections, acquisitions, bibliographies, or cataloging.
That's how I noted.
Okay.
Is there any concern, though, that the funds can be used at the discretion of the director? That seems to pull
That's
out
not
the
restrictive.
restriction.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
That
Where
would
do
be
you
my
see
only
that?
concern.
It's the part I didn't underline on that sentence.
In the abstract.
Understand. So you would have trouble because I was going to ask you, will this be submitted for TRIP? I mean, it looks like it could.
No, we did.
But without that donor restriction,
That would be my concern.
that's a concern, yeah. Where does it say that? I'm sorry.
It's
The second sentence,
in the statement.
Oh, the
from
funds may
pro-
also be used at the discretion of the director.
Her mission.
Well, that's
and
probably
vision
what
is-
the intent. They probably don't mean that they could buy chandeliers or something. It probably says, or probably intent is, there are other.
He just doesn't want to be.
Well, no, I mean, it's a good catch. You have to read the documentation.
Right.
Right.
Restriction in some people's minds sometimes means I can't decide for myself or for my center because it's restricted. Restricted is a very broad term that people sometimes take as is or take as a
Yeah, I mean, I could
negative.
say, I'm giving you
Behind
this
my
money to
hands.
conduct research, and you can
Right.
spend this money at your discretion.
Right.
I mean, those are kind of antithetical, right? Seemingly.
I can
I
see
don't
where
understand that word,
library
but yeah.
acquisitions, certainly we've looked at before as a research support tool. But museum,
I don't
gold
see a
vases and
difference.
arrowheads and stuff,
Yeah.
museum,
That's
where's
That's
the
exactly
research?
what they do. Well, they do. They serve as a repository to hold research items, and so they're going to build whatever it's a museum. It's going to house artifacts of whatever nature, and people are going to access it to conduct research.
And,
Yeah, but it
and
doesn't say that.
Utilize those resources too, because the museum just hosted an exhibit, the documentation of research, right? It just hosted an exhibit of one of our premier researchers.
Yeah, I'm not hanging up on the word
Greenbaum,
museum more
from
than
his studies of years in the Congo. on
collection.
reptiles.
Yeah.
Well,
mean,
I guess from a museum, from the biological side, we're doing a lot of research right now where we've got faculty going to museums and looking at their biological specimens and collecting DNA to look at genetic diversity.
And you have the Museum of Natural History in New
it's a
York that
collection.
has their own PhD program based upon their own collections.
Yeah, so I view the museum, if this is, the only thing I would be concerned about is at the discretion, because at the discretion, I've worked with some directors who are very good at entertainment.
I did budget
So
check.
I would have an issue when it's there, but I don't view the museum as actually any different than a library.
Right.
Just because at least the work that I'm very familiar with.
I think it's just poorly worded, and
It's the best I could do with a half an hour notice.
well, I understand, but
Because really, truly, this was an oversight to begin with.
I mean, is there a budget?
And No, there is not a budget.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, the endowment agreement is for $1 million, and it was signed somewhere in 2010. And I went ahead and noticed that the income, I guess, from the corpus,
Yeah.
right, was 300 and some odd thousand. So the first thing I did is I went and looked at the expenditure, because again, the endowment agreement was over and I knew I had to apply. It's all salaries
The
and
first sentence
wages.
says it's requesting that $1 million in current restricted funds be transferred to the Board of Regents. So it's originating from restricted funds, and the question is just whether or not the funds are still restricted in the same way.
And restricted funds could be restricted from any source. It doesn't have to be research. It doesn't say research restricted funds.
Well, we're
is this
using it for the preservation and the acquisition and the support of activities in the museum that houses 73,000 different items that are made available for local researchers and.
Does it say that in the document, that are made available for local researchers? Because that's.
Museum collection contains more than all of which can be used for the purpose of research. Many items were obtained through research, and past and present faculty members of the University of Texas El Paso. Additionally, many items are the results of research, excavation, digs in our own region by the Army Corps of Engineers, an organization we partner with on a regular basis. So as you can see, this was directed to me, this email, okay? As you can see, this endowment clearly supports the research of our collections and the good work we do here at the university and the museum. So, because I question, what do you do with these funds? And according to the expense report, it was of salaries of the current curator and some other student workers, and nothing like trips to Hawaii or parties or anything like that. So.
Yeah, I think you've got
qualifies
that
as
one
research.
section in the SAM, but I think it can also fit under 1.1.4, which is the maintaining and operation of a center or facility that's used for R&D. And
Yeah, and in that
I think
realm,
that's
I
what we're
am
talking
looking at
about.
your website for your museum right now, and it does state within the About Us section that the extensive stored collections are available for scholarly research. So
All right.
there could be,
that's why these
depending
things are
on,
created, yeah.
it's just, if it's primary, I guess some of the primary use, though, does come into question, because some collections really have that primary purpose of serving as research, where some collections have that primary purpose, still noble, but not research, of education, informal science, or arts education and outreach. So that would be, I think, the only, and that could really get into splitting hairs with this.
Right, we could split hairs, but in the same token, $1 million does not run the museum. These funds are restricted for that purpose of acquisition and preservation and make available for research. So I coded it under 1.1.4.
I think that's where it fits.
1.4.3.
1.1.4.
No, 1.4.3.
That one too. Yeah, it's both. It is.
Thank you. Any more questions?
People convinced this museum is for purpose of research, and any entertainment dollars and expenditures will be excluded.
Unless we get invitations.
You can have an invitation, but don't list it on your award
No
expenditure
nights at
list.
the museum. No nights at the museum.
Okay, so we mark this as a yes.
Thank you. And again, I'm going to go back with this approval number, and I'm going to mark the corpus account of this. So next time we have interest earnings, I'm not going to come back.
Correct.
Okay?
Correct, yeah.
One time is enough. You're a tough crowd, but thank you. The next project is 27675 from the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, Model of Resource Reuse and Active Learning in Interdisciplinary STEAM. Is that a typo?
I think it is. Or stream, it should be.
Either stream
Stream or STEM.
STEM, right?
Is it?
Steam is out.
Yeah, STEAM was actually used first because they wanted to include ag. So
That's
that
where,
was the
yeah, I was
first
going to say,
time
it's
they
not
did it.
arts, it's
And then
ag.
the arts
Yeah,
felt left out, so
unfortunately,
now
yeah.
they want to be included because
Yeah.
there's,
Well,
time there's money, everyone wants to be there.
So, do we agree this is research? Okay. The introduction,
Yeah, it looks, it's a NASA goal of curriculum development.
create STEM programming that includes art and reason.
Innovation and techniques.
Yeah. Do I need to go further, or are there any questions? I like this VP from Arlington.
I don't hear anything, so you all agree that this would be a yes.
Yes.
CFD does allow for basic research and education. This project qualifies under Appendix A 1.1.1. Project objectives are to develop new STEM programming based on clearly stated hypotheses, monitoring outcomes, and evaluating results. See abstract below. I was still really fresh when I was doing that one, you know, my mind was. But create STEM programming, the combination of approach will be tested for its ability to lead to the greater learning outcomes. This transforms the traditional STEM program to STREAM, with reason and arts included. In addition to the inclusion of art and reason, on emphasis will be to ensure engineering is more strongly represented through active and project-based learning.
Which one are you on?
She's still on that, but, you know, I don't think it, you know.
I think it's fine.
It's fine, I mean.
Which one are
Yeah,
you
we're done on
at?
that one.
Oh, I didn't hear the loud.
Well, there wasn't a clamor for it. I think what's, well, no, it's solid. And when you look at, you know, the little pie chart on page 4, I mean, you know, half of the pie chart is evaluate and advance, and the other half is implement and test, or the other quarter, rather. So, and then the upper quadrant is develop. So you've got develop, evaluate, and implement and test. So.
Okay,
So that was still for 27675?
Correct, yeah.
Yes, and
For people out there, and we mark that as a yes.
and then
And
27.
now we go on to 27679.
9, right, PI Spirit Nicholas. Well, anyway, U.S. Department of Agriculture, CFDA 10.223. Wheels of Change, a consortium to develop champions of agriculture, and it boils down to collaborative. This is a collaborative research project under that CFDA, and is administered. Purpose statement of the award. The purpose of the award is to document, provides National Institute of Food and Agricultural general terms and conditions that apply to all research and research-related awards. Research extension provision, and therefore qualifies as restricted research under Appendix A, Section 1.1.1 and 1.3.1. Abstract, Wheels of Change is basically the development and implementation of an innovation educational model titled
that's fine.
Wheels of Change. And if you go further into the abstract, let's get to this work. It more clearly defines in the educational strategies, development of innovative curricula from a system approach and a holistic perspective, design of experimental learning activities aimed at exposing students to agriculture as a global enterprise, and enhancement of educational program to reach, inspire, and train. And then they have outstanding students capable of enhancing the national food, agriculture, and natural resource scientific and professional workforce. the project's primary discipline and subject matter is sustainable energy, natural resource management, and STEM. And then if you go further down onto outcome impacts, increased number of students trained in sustainable engineering and natural resource management. I don't know if I'm saying this right.
Questions?
Can I answer any questions on that?
I was asking if Kingsville listed it. That would have sorted it out for me.
Subaward was less than 200. That's a question I have since I'm new on here. Yeah, since I'm new, I guess that's a question, because it goes back to the very first, is we were looking at the yearly award, and on the yearly award, we were less than 250. If you take the cumulative award, then we would be above the 250. So this kind of comes back to, that's a 4-year award. And as we go into here, then we would have listed, so I guess that's a question I need, being new, because this goes back to, I was looking at those yearly awards that you guys are doing. And so that would be something that we would have listed if we're going to do total awards, but it's not on there now because I was looking at yearly. So as we come into this, and then that's the other question, is if we're a subaward with another university, do we both defend? So if we'll be both defending.
I mean, you could have different pieces.
You may not have
Yeah.
a research piece.
Yeah.
But in the same token, if you do, you could piggyback right off of our determination.
Yeah,
you know.
well, and I'm very familiar with this since I was the dean in the College of Ag, which is where this is coming out of, and what our students have been doing with mentorship with faculty so they can be involved with research. I know what Kingsville's group is doing, and that's really, it's all mentorship with that research component. So that's in there, but that's for the transparency issue. We didn't have it in. And when we go back, this whole point of, do we put it in as if it's a yearly award? Because this is another one that actually you have to defend and get approved every year. While they say it's 4 years, you have to get approved every year.
Well, see, there's the transparency issue, because although you don't have it defended because you didn't put the total anticipated award amount, you should have uploaded it as research if your institution coded it as research. So
Yeah,
somewhere in the less than
The
250,
small
it
piece
should
would
be
still
there.
have to be classified.
Yeah, and I will have to check in on that since
Yeah.
I just moved over. I need to find out where it was at.
So what is the question? You're saying you have an award, you're
Well,
saying...
since it's
I think
it's a
he's saying he's
sub-award.
supporting this project as research.
I'm supporting Kingsville's piece of, that's the only one I know, but,
It's like the Jedi, you will support this award.
yeah. But I think my question was, I need to double check where Kingsville actually did code this. Like I said, I'm familiar with it because I just left the dean of the College of Ag position, so I'm very familiar with a whole set of these grants that are coming out of USDA NIFA HSI program. But what I didn't know on ours was, since it didn't show up in our list, I need to find out where it's coded, because I have a little concern going, did it not get coded correctly at my institution? So I need a double check on that one.
Which should not be a problem. You can, code it next year.
Yeah.
It's the same issue like you may get an award tomorrow, which is not on the list, and we are done. So you put it on next year's list.
Yeah, so that's where I'm coming back in, but since I've never, when I'm just going through my mind, I'm going, wait a minute, I don't remember seeing that anywhere in there. So I've got to double check where we're at.
TMAC was a lot like that. Remember Jeremy got his TMAC through when we first got started, but U of H did not, because our piece of that pie was not research related. It was in support of it, but it wasn't research. And so, you can refer back to the master or the parent, but your piece of it, your institution still, as far as I see, still needs to qualify
Right.
But being the
It goes
lead-
by institution.
But then the other question is, should it be listed as 2 million for UTEP or 800 for UTEP? Because if you look at how they've broke it out, UTEP's portion is 800, and I know it goes, when we do the research expenditures, it's what each institution spent.
Yeah,
But I just need to make sure I'm doing this in the future, which is the most appropriate way, because I think you guys at Arlington just listed someone as this was their sub-award, which is this part of a bigger group.
I brought this up earlier. I think to err on the side of caution, you should, for the sake of transparency, list it and defend it. I mean, we can always come back and say you didn't need to include this for defense, but in the interest of transparency, I think that's the right thing to do.
Right, and that's why we put the whole 2 million up, because I know that we're reporting these for transparency purposes only. When it comes to really reporting the expenditures, we have to back out all RDF eligible subcontracts or subcontract amounts anyway. So out of the 2 million, if 800,000 is projected to be UTEP's expenditure, that's all we can report on. So, yeah, and to your particular situation, it is more likely research because this is a collaborative effort where each institution participating in this overall $2 million project is playing a similar role, and that is to get their students involved, to develop models, best practices of curriculum in those key components we had mentioned earlier. All students have to all participants have to have training in responsible and ethics conduct of research. They have to have IRB training, IRCUP training. It depends on what their specific project objectives are. So there is hands-on training, et cetera, et cetera. This, to me, is, again, a twofold research eligible, one being new development of course material and teaching training techniques to students to develop a future workforce. So
This is one of those ones that just keeps sliding back into an educational model for me. Curriculum development, we struggled with this forever. Developing curriculum is not restricted research. Not at all.
SAM says otherwise.
No, it doesn't. If you look under the not restricted, curriculum development of itself is not restricted research. Curriculum development is considered restricted research, and can correct me if I'm wrong, only if
it's new and
if
innovative.
it's new and you implement your curriculum, you evaluate the results, you refine your curriculum, reapply it, but just simply developing a curriculum for a course is not restricted research. There has to be the whole study behind it.
I'm sorry if I shortcut it.
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry if I shortcut the explanation of curriculum development. Of course, it has to be new concepts, it has to be implemented, tested, redefined, et cetera, et cetera.
Right.
So that's what I mean when I say curriculum development.
Okay.
Okay, so it's taken new knowledge gained from prior awards to build on and refine and test and implement and so on and so forth.
Yeah, I guess I would like it, clarification, because when we start going through, and maybe it needs to be put more in our abstracts as we go in, because exactly at your point at 2.3.3, it's not research, and it says curriculum development projects at any level, either to significantly improve or to add to the institution's general instructional offering. The exception is that if the curriculum project may be considered R&D if its primary purpose is described in 1.31, which is, and that's primary purpose is develop and testing of an instructional model. And I guess it's, we need to be clear when we put these together, what's the test of the instructional model, just because everything in here keeps saying new curriculum, but it doesn't say it's testing new curriculum and how you're actually testing it. So I think
Well, and there was
maybe
always
when
the
we're-
dissemination component too, right?
And we've also been looking for the key terms like model design and implementation. So where we see that, we've been highlighting that.
But you're going to implement your new curriculum. I mean, that's just a given. I think in my issue is I seem to, we kind of move over to the assumption that you're going to do this new curriculum and then you're going to test it and you're going to reapply it and look at it, assuming that. But when it just says curriculum and instruction, I'm not going to make that assumption. It may be a typical practice, but unless it's a documented practice, then I don't go that way.
As an outcome or impact here. Really, the outcomes and impacts are increased number of students.
Right.
Right, and I'm looking at in Chris, at the award summary, because I thought, well, maybe there's a hypothesis or some type of thing that speaks to, or something about referencing the logic model, because I know these programs require a logic model, and I'm
Yeah,
not
that's a
seeing
good
that.
point.
I think
Yeah,
if
the
we
logic
had
model.
information, maybe we could make a determination there. Because this program, is one of those, this is one where we have one of these grants as well, and there is a tiny research piece of it, but the primary purpose is the recruitment of underrepresented students into agricultural fields. And the research is more of an auxiliary as opposed to the primary purpose.
Well, and again, we had one last year, and I think the key is in terms of getting it to be researched, there has to be, again, are the students involved in the research or in conducting research? Is there robust research around the efficacy of the program, whether it's new curriculum or whatever the new model is? So, in fact, that's one of the reasons why I withdrew our USDA, is that we didn't have that additional component, so.
Right, and I'm glad.
We just have to be more explicit about it, yeah.
I'm glad that the monitors brought up what I finally stumbled across on my little laptop here, and it's the product expected. And it kind of underlines what I think I was trying to say, and that is the expected products. It's curricula design and material development, is course in sustainable energy and natural resource management area, materials and models of community colleges, for community colleges, instruction delivery system, wheels of change, project website, implementation of specialized online knowledge, student experimental learning, internship at USDA labs and agricultural agencies, research experiences, leadership in agricultural systems for global environment, presentation at regional and national conferences, student recruitment and retention, including financial assistance. So to me, it kind of wraps up everything I was trying to say that made us code this as research. It does imply that there is, new curriculum development, models and testing and delivery systems and publications and outcomes and student learning to where 1.3.2 would qualify, and student recruitment and retention, including financial aid, is a lower part or a smaller part of the whole. So, and then, I don't know.
Well, shall we do a roll call? Okay, so this is for the Ward 27679. And I start again with Texas State.
I want to, but I can't based on what I've heard, so I'll have to say no.
And UH.
No.
And West Texas.
No.
And Texas Tech.
No.
And Kingsville.
I'm going to have to go no because I don't have enough information right now on mine.
Angela State.
No.
Texas Women.
No.
UH Downtown.
No.
And Prairie View.
No.
And UT Arlington.
I'd like to abstain.
UT Arlington abstains.
You can
And
press your
now we go to the phone.
Extension.
If you would say your institution's name and your vote, please.
UTSA abstain.
UTSA abstained. Next.
UHCL, no.
UHCL, no. Next.
KMUG, no. Texas A&M Galveston, no.
Texas A&M Galveston, no. Is there somebody else on the phone?
Texas A&M Commerce, abstain.
Commerce abstains.
Go ahead.
Pardon me?
Sam Houston State, no.
Sam Houston State, no. Any more votes on the phone?
I don't think we have to ask more.
I don't hear any. So there were 3 abstentions and the remaining were no's. Oh, UTEP is a yes, I assume.
Well,
Well, and you should. I mean, I think the abstentions actually say something too. I mean, these aren't that different than the ones that we voted yes on.
I know.
It's really not that different. What is different, Manuela, is that it's not as explicit as the others. I mean, we all have these same types of awards.
I think a budget justification.
You know, and I grappled, that was really literally the one I threw back, boots to roots, right? It was to bring in veterans and you know, Latina. And all the things, in fact, I wanted to put it there. In fact, I had it there. But as I was preparing the information, I just couldn't tip it over.
Yeah, so I think what we learned from this is that we need explicit outcomes. We need maybe budget justification and maybe a stated hypothesis.
I mean, because I was even looking at, there's a large amount of money that is allocated to the students, and it's for, you know, internships and these other experiential learning opportunities. And then there's even feedback that says, okay, because you can't, many of the hosts, so to speak, couldn't afford to have those internships, so the money is provided so that they have that opportunity. And then oftentimes there's even surveys that said we're going to ask these hosts, you know, how it went. And so there is even some forms of data collection. Where I failed in my analysis was there just wasn't enough that I had in our program where the students were compelled to do research as part of being in the program. So there's research on the program, and sometimes that can be like the NSF ones and those, that is really what the program is. There's research on the program. And then there's this group of recruit and retain, whatever the cohort is, and those are the ones we tend to struggle with because there's a large component that goes to the students. And if, again, they have the assessment of the efficacy, if they have the creation of a new model, if they have the student requirement to conduct research and then disseminate those through presentation, then those are, you know, you've got this growing library of things that point to research.
unfortunately, I don't write these proposals.
No, none of us do. That's the issue.
Unfortunately,
And so we're
I
left with
cannot
what we
take
have, right.
Tell our faculty,
Sure.
you know, go ahead and write your proposal to what the SAM says, so I have an easier time explaining.
Sometimes I
you
give that
know,
message. Yeah.
I can't. I don't have that type of control.
Sometimes I give that message.
And
particularly in the College of Education, which just want to train teachers. That's all they want to do. And they go, yeah, of course that's what we're doing, right? And of course we're collecting data, and of course we're assessing, and of course. Well, then you have to be more explicit about that.
Mm-hmm. And this project also is subject to matching and cost sharing. which means we're also utilizing university resources and workforce commission participation in the cost sharing. I mean, there are a lot of aspects to me that are inherent to the research, but obviously, I'm in a world of my own because everybody else is.
No, you're not in a world of your own, no.
But I thank you for not calling me totally off the chart and trying to assist. I'll go ahead.
They're difficult awards. I mean, they're difficult awards, and sometimes they will, at this panel, be upheld, as we've done a number of them this morning.
This morning.
Right.
Exactly.
And in the
Then we
past.
pick on the UTEP one and say no.
Well, part of the onus is, we're defending somebody else's work, and if they don't provide us the tools for an appropriate defense, then what kind of outcome are they going to expect, right? So, we're trying to validate somebody else's work outside of the context of our expertise.
That's a good point.
Very good point. Thank you. And I talked to my VP about that before I came here, and we did discuss the possibility of addressing a more sustainable, more effective way of perhaps taking the SAM and telling each researcher, right.
But what I'm noticing is that the more questionable, I think the NSF ones because of I think that it's, to me, it's the Department of Ag ones in particular are seemingly more problematic. We want them to be exactly like the NSF ones, but they're not presented that way, they're not awarded that way, and I don't know if the proposals are written that way. And so we want to draw that correlation because we all have these awards, right? I mean, it would benefit us all to column research.
In my mind, after reading 19 proposals and abstracts and such, and guidelines to go with it as well, I actually integrated them all to where.
Oh, quite easily. I understand, yeah.
We're approving all these NSF, and we're approving, and here comes the NEFA, and to me, essentially, it looks the same.
Well, they are, but they have to be treated case by case.
Disciplines.
Yeah.
But anyway, you guys said, no, if I come up with something better, I'll represent it next year?
More explicit.
More explicit.
Yeah.
Yes. Again.
Not inherent, but explicit.
This falls under some of the purview of our job, and that is to advocate for faculty.
You bet.
And to also educate faculty on, one component of their work is not only to write the grants, but to execute them in a way that's consistent with the RFPs that they're trying to satisfy. And if they are research grants, then they should be writing a proposal that is explicit along those lines. And so if when I defend my proposals, if I get some of that same commentary back, it's now incumbent upon me to go back to my faculty and say, here's the experience we had, and here's why you need to be thinking about how you're redoing your grants, because it doesn't stop once the award is made. The entire post-award process is a big piece of this, and they like to think that all they have to do is execute the grant, but there's so many other administrative pieces with this that they should start becoming aware of.
Well, and we need to be careful too, because the NIFA, and particularly the NIFA HSI program, they put specifically in their workforce training, and we have had to work for the last 10 years to continue to ask them to let us, because at first they wouldn't let us put research in it. So we've had to work very hard to say, here's what we're going to do for research. But it's taken a lot of effort to try and work with that sub-piece of NIFA. There's other sub-pieces of NIFA that it's clearly that's all.
Yeah, I think that's
It's also
I think
a problem
that's
with the
what's
Texas
happening
Workforce
here.
Commission, right?
Exactly.
And so you've got to work with them, and then the PIs have to actually put it in there to be pretty explicit. Here's what I'm going to do, because we've had several that they went, no, we're only going to fund an internship, which is not research. So we had to work, again, it's on a case-by-case basis with NIFA and the HSI program in particular.
I mean, the flip side is that, these proposals are very competitive, and they're the review panels are evaluating them based on some criteria. We would like to say or infer that it's the research that goes with it, and that may or may not be.
Well, you know, like I said, perhaps next year I can represent that with more explicit information, including possibly a project, a report, an annual report as to what we have done to kind of substantiate that we, in fact, that this is research.
Yeah. I mean, what I would hate to see.
Perhaps Kingsville, University of Kingsville will be in the same boat, because again, I believe this is a collaborative effort where everybody kind of does the same thing, and you'll have time to review and check, and maybe we can come to a consensus.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to see us rule out all NEFA.
No,
Right.
like I said, we've had to work very hard with them to make sure we could do that, because we've tried to get faculty to be able to do more research and even to fund masters.
Yeah. Good discussion.
Okay, we have 3 more left. I would suggest we do that after lunch and break. And if we meet back at 1:30, is that enough for you all?
Oh, yeah.
So let's say and for the people on the phone, that they know when we come back together, say 1:30.
Dr. Cornelius, this is Tamla at Texas A&M University Commerce. I haven't heard if University of Texas of Tyler is on the phone. I haven't heard them say anything, but they have on the agenda a sub-award from us, and I could just take care of that before you go to lunch, because you've already told us yes on ours, and they are doing the same model at their school.
Okay, I understand. So there's one award from UT Tyler. Do you want to look at that?
Yeah, that's fine.
Is that okay?
I assume so, yes.
We partnered with them in phase 1 of this model, and they have developed a residency program there in phase 1, and are also doing the same type of implementation and research model that we're doing.
Yeah, that's the same program, same award as Commerce, yes.
Yes. I didn't hear them on the phone, but to just take that off the agenda and get it over with, I wanted to.
Yeah, so we marked that as a yes because it's the same award.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you for bringing this to our attention. So we meet back up at 1:30.
No, I'm not going to leave it. I couldn't.
Yes, you can leave your stuff here. One of us will be here. And so let's pick up where we left off right away with three additional awards from UTEP. The next one would be 27681. Manuela, have you found your
Yes.
place?
On that last project, it's a trip match.
That's 27681.
That is correct.
So 27681 is a trip. And so we mark it as a yes. And then 27711.
That one is to the Department of TxDOT. And that is, the title is, I'm on 13. Title of this project is Evaluating Mechanical Properties of Earth Material During Intelligent Compacting. It's one of those where I'm wondering why it made it too technical. Primarily, the tool concurrently use quality management of earthquake and unbound aggregate in nuclear density gauge to ensure appropriate density and moisture contents. Let me see. Number 4.2 of the proposal says research objectives, conceptual concerns, and practical constraints. The main objective of this research is to develop procedures to estimate the mechanical properties of geomaterials using IC technology. As reflected in the RFP, the scope of this project is broad, and research plans may include a number of parameters, including one, developing of testing procedure and devices.
This is material science. I mean,
Yeah.
This is easy.
Okay, so this is a yes, and if people mark it questionable without documentation, so that can happen. Okay, then we mark that one yes, and then we have 27713.
Right, and that one is along the same vein. This one is to the same PI, and phone is not even on. So. It also is, I think, a little bit better defined. As it says right there. The primary objective of this project is to improve the process of accepting compacted materials instead of conducting laboratory MR tests. In that context, by using existing devices, the research team aims at developing practical test protocols and specifications to improve the general quality of compacting for subgrade embankment and base constructions and facilitate the design verification. And it reads on, and then is that sufficient, or are there any questions?
I think it's good.
Okay, no objections, then we mark this one yes. And then we had one left, 26847. Did you get some additional information for us for that one?
I got the whole proposal, and am I the last one?
No, you're not the last one. It's just,
Okay, and I beg to skip so I can have time to find the elements, but I have the proposal in the email right here.
oh, okay, so then we skip that till the end, till further towards the end. There's, before the break, we heard that Sam Houston State was on the phone line. Are you on the phone line? Sam Houston State University?
Yes.
Oh, okay. We had waited for you, and you have one award, and maybe we can do this now?
Yes, we need to just withdraw it.
You're withdrawing the 26338?
Correct.
Okay. And also Texas A&M Texarkana. Are you on the phone?
Hi, this is Teresa from Texas A&M System Office, and we did get in contact with Texas A&M Texarkana. It looks like we may need to withdraw this grant as well. They're saying the primary purpose is student services grant that provides support services for low-income, first-generation, and students with disabilities. Services include tutoring, mentoring, financial literacy program, and student grant aid. So I don't think it's going to fit the definition for research.
Okay, very well. We take note of that. So that's the award 28303, and that's also withdrawn by the institution.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we are caught up with that. So we go on that next page, and that's UT San Antonio.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Hello.
I guess let's get going on this. Our first award is 27991. That's an NSF proposal that was funded. The title is Multifunctional Microforest Hydrogen Bonded Organic Framework Materials.
Yes. Yeah, pretty straight.
Yes, so
that was pretty straightforward.
no further questions, and we put it to yes.
Okay.
That is 27991, yes.
That's correct. The next award is an NIH award. It's
Yes.
Actually, I'm sorry. It's a mental health research grant. The abstract is about dopamine neurons integrate information from distinct inputs to fire a burst of action potential.
I think we're good.
Okay, people don't have a problem with it here, so...
Except it's dopamine. That's the only objection. Instead of dopamine, dopamine.
Okay, yeah. When I get to those big words, that's
okay. That's why this meeting is training for all of us. So it's a yes.
Okay, thank you. The next award is 28009, funded by USDA Agricultural and Food Research Initiative. The areas are bioenergy, natural resources, environment, agricultural economics, and rural communities. We have several partners, which include Alamo Community College, USDA Forest Products Lab, the Southeast Biomass Research Center, Southeast Watershed Research Lab, Texas Department of Agriculture. It's just a bunch of students basically receiving research training, so I was thinking this would probably fit under 1.32. These students are required to present their research at the UTSA Research Symposium. They're also required to attend 2 national research conferences and present there, and they expect 2 manuscripts to be written by the PI herself.
Okay, is that enough evidence?
Yeah.
People are nodding here, so 28009 is a yes. 9 is a yes.
Okay, the next one is, let me see. I'm looking at this also under 1.32, the areas of bioenergy and water. The participants are UTSA students. We've got students from UT Rio Grande Valley, University of Puerto Rico, and again, all the Alamo community colleges. as well as USDA research labs. Students will be provided with summer internships at national laboratories in their home institution and in their home institution research labs. Comprehensive training covers experimental science discovery, computational modeling, and data analytics, optimization of engineering designs, and life cycle economic analysis and feasibility studies for commercialization of proposed technology to support sustainable energy and water for agricultural systems. These students are required to present 2 research presentations per year and publish 1 research journal per year.
Okay, I think people are convinced that this is training and research.
Okay. The next one is the CPS Energy, Proposal 28013. This is a CPS Energy, UTSA Energy Research Alliance. The research plan is for transforming and modernizing the electric sector. The abstract, the key research themes are data analytics, forecasting, security, and education. I'll read the abstract. The electricity sector is accelerating the deployment of information, operations, and telecommunication technology to enable performance assessments, decision-making, and optimization of grid operations at the edge and near real-time. UTSA's Energy Institute research plan is intended to support the transformation modernization of the electric sector through enhanced data-driven solutions and technologies responsive to performance. Research activities will contribute to the development of a more resilient, driven by data and supported by standards-based open-source solutions, and will accommodate continued expansion of distributed energy resources, microgrids, market opportunities, and customer engagement.
I'm okay with it, yeah.
It's an energy research.
Okay, no further questions, then we mark it yes.
Okay, the next one is an award from the Department of Homeland Security to the Center for Infrastructure Assurance and Security, which is ranked #1 in cybersecurity in the country. It's a Department of Homeland Security and National Security Agency designated Center of Excellence with additional designated focus area of digital forensics. This award is working with many stakeholders in cybersecurity, and I can read you the abstract real quick here. The standards organization developed voluntary standards and guidelines for the creation and functioning of ISAs. The CIS has worked since 2002 with states and communities to establish the community cybersecurity maturity model to create cybersecurity programs at the state and local levels. This including developing cybersecurity best practices, training, and processes. Since 1980, LMI has supported the development and maintenance of industry, government, and consensus standards. They've developed several standards, including data management, GEEI STD 927. Also developed the standard of common data schema for complex systems, and as well as implementation guide for data management. This is a big project that's going to require coordination with the Department of Homeland Security, National Institutes of Standards and Technology, Department of Commerce, Department of Justice, Information Security Oversight Office, and the National Archives and Records Administration, and the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, along with other key public and private sectors. As these standards are developed, the technical requirements for automated information sharing will be analyzed and compared with the expressive power of the TAX2-STIX SIBOX framework. This continuous feedback will help shape both the technical standard and inform changes if necessary to the framework. To accelerate the assessment and evolution of automated information standards and practices, the UTSA team will establish a cloud-based automated information sharing testbed in its high-capacity research data center. The testbed will use OpenStack cloud software and a community-driven open-source operating system for infrastructure as a service clouds. UTSA has strong experience in OpenStack and works extensively with the OpenStack community. Various information models will be deployed and evaluated before recommending preferred information sharing implementations. For example, TAX2 can be deployed using architectures such as hub and spokes, source, subscriber, and peer-to-peer. These architectures specify how information is shared between different participating organizations and which organization acts as a clearinghouse. One paper has been published, and there's others in work, but right now they're mostly focused on bringing all the organizations together. Anybody out there?
Yeah, no, is it the creation of a center, or is it, I kind of lost focus on it a little
Development
bit.
of standards.
Development of standards, okay.
Cyber standards, yes.
Okay.
It's out of my wheelhouse, but that was the thing that I focused on.
Yeah, okay.
You know, they work with industry, the federal government, and everybody to say, okay, this microphone needs a three-prong plug with 12-gauge wire to make it work better. And so once that's shared with everybody and accepted by everybody, everybody makes the same, makes these microphones to that standard. So you don't want to have, you know, you don't have microphones that don't plug into all of these systems.
Okay.
That was just a very, you know, that's just an example of how standards are developed.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's a way to develop new standards on new technology without doing some kind of research or some kind of testing or some kind of...
Some things, you got to conduct research to make sure that's the best standard.
So under what?
Sounds like it's applied, but, yeah.
Under what, Sam's point is this research?
What point?
If you were going to use one of the Appendix A codes from the SAM, Noe, which code would you use?
Let me get to there.
Sounds like 1.1.1.
I would say the one, yeah.
Yeah, who's the sponsor?
Department of Homeland Security.
Oh, okay, that's right. Yeah, I would.
And I would add in the R&D actual definition, the development definition is
exactly what's going on.
Right, it's development of methods, including design and development of prototypes and processes.
Very good.
Okay, so this is okay? Me mark it as yes.
Okay, the next one is also, see, that's a 280. Yeah, 28041. I'll read you part of the, this actually has, which I was very surprised, this has an IRB on it, and I'll read the abstract real quick.
Man, a lot of cybersecurity.
Much has been written about the need for more cybersecurity professionals in the nation. In addition, there is an increasing realization that the need needs to exist for all users of computer systems and the internet to have a basic understanding of responsibilities to protect systems they use. Efforts such as the numerous collegiate and high school cybersecurity competition have been created to help encourage students to consider a career in cybersecurity and to simply raise the level of awareness of cybersecurity among participants. More recently, efforts have been begun to push the competition down to the middle school level, and there are even some discussion about trying to engage students at K-6 in them as well. Whether this is the right move or not is a separate discussion. What can be said is that introducing students in K-6 to certain aspects of cybersecurity and safety can help start a much-needed culture of security within the nation. The question is how can cybersecurity and safety be introduced to students at this level? So one proposal has been to create games centered around cybersecurity and/or cyber safety aimed at students at these levels. The wide difference in understanding capabilities between students in the group would most likely justify different games that would include age-appropriate lessons in them. Cybersecurity games are not new. Several have been produced, though not targeting the entire K-6 group with mixed success. Games such as Cyber Siege, developed at the Naval Postgraduate School, have attempted to promote active learning through hands-on experiences. This specific game is aimed at a much older audience, but
I think your proposed research section on page 6 actually validates.
Yeah, I mean, the whole gamification of certain disciplines is starting to become a kind of normal paradigm now, yeah. Especially in education.
We're going to read that next, but I guess...
I think that's...
I think, yeah.
All righty, moving along, this is number 28042. This one involved, let me see who the, so this is funded by the Department of Education. The CFDA number is Education Research Development and Dissemination. This project involves 48 UTSA students/fellows. These fellows will be exposed to research apprenticeships in demography, sociology, biology, reading and literacy education, higher education, psychology, bilingual, bicultural, and education leadership and applied linguistics. They will participate in summer research institutes. Some of them will go to the Institute with ETS. Others will participate in summer research experiences, the Summer Research Experience program. Fellows will present research at local, state, and/or national conferences each year. Fellows will co-author a journal article or report within 3 years of completing the research apprenticeship. Fellows with an interest in measurement issues will participate in an 8-week ETS summer research internship each summer. And a paper to the American Educational Research Association is already under preparation with some of the preliminary.
Yeah, I think the CFDA is pretty clear on that.
Okay. So now we have.
Okay, so you mark this as yes.
Yeah, the CFDA is very explicit, yeah.
Education research.
Mm-hmm.
The next one is number 28043. I believe this is pretty much research. Probabilistic modeling of random variables and K-solution developments for general aviation extensions to the SMART DT software. Would you like me to read the abstract, or are we pretty?
Which one are we doing? Yeah.
Pretty good with that.
43. Okay.
Okay. Probably.
Next, we have a proposal is 28045 by Dr. Hatim Sharif. This is funded, I believe, by TxDOT, the research office there. Excuse me. The abstract reads, this research will retrieve crash traffic, infrastructure, and other pertinent data, identify and characterize existing measures, perform a comprehensive assessment of risk factors and root causes of crashes in the region, develop matrix to evaluate safety enhancement measures that conform to the 14 core measures required by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
Yeah, that's pretty clear. Yeah, that abstract is very...
This would be marked yes, if there are no objections.
Yeah.
Okay, the next one, I feel it's a research training for students. This one has 45 students on it. The abstract has research training, field trips, internship experiences, science mentoring at public schools by participating in undergrad students to keep them excited about their science and engineering, and to help attract K-12 students to careers in the science and engineering. These students will attend annual colloquiums and present their research and compete for awards during these colloquiums. They will also be required to present at local, national, and international conferences. They will be involved in a 12-week K-12 educator workshops in earth science.
So are there any objections?
No, I mean, I guess my only question is, I mean, it's clear what the students are doing, but I mean, is there, and I guess there is somewhere in this narrative about, assessing the efficacy of these experiences or the impact of these experiences?
Yeah, toward the end, there's an evaluation of all these, what does all this stuff mean? And there's a lot of labs here that are involved. I mean, I think there's 20 research labs these students will be placed in. This is basically, the Minority Science and Engineering Improvement Grant.
Right.
Let's see, the budget is way over. It's about 63% for these fellows, these students.
Yeah, and that's not uncommon from what we've seen in these programs. You have to enable the students through some sort of financial support, not necessarily an incentive, but through support.
That financial support, they'll go out and work and just lose focus on what we're trying to get them to engage in.
I'm okay with it. Yeah.
Any objections? No, not in this room. I don't hear any. So 28048 is a yes.
Okay, our next award is 28069. This is funded by the NSF Geosciences Directorate. This again is also a 1.32. There's 54 students on this one. There's 2 rotations. There's an internal rotation. For the first rotation, all students in the cohort will be embedded into a research group in the Department of Geological Sciences to gain experience in the academic pathway. They will be research assistants charged with completing specific tasks in the workflow of ongoing projects. A student will engage in a specific conceptual area of the geosciences and will be assigned to assist with fieldwork and/or lab experiments, process and analyze field and lab samples, and/or execute computations on existing data. There's also external rotations where students will complete 2 internships with local partners, Abractac Petroleum Corporation, representing the Energy Resources Pathway, and Terracon Consultants Incorporated, representing the Geo-Environmental Assessment Pathway.
That's fine, Nelly. I mean, the intellectual merit section is strong on this as well. Yeah. And Manuel, I mean, this is, this is way over on that side, but this is kind of what we hope those NEFA projects would sort of look like when you have these student experiential.
And there's 10 research faculty listed on.
Well, I mean, we just we bring that message home. Yeah.
I understand, and believe it or not, I'm listening.
Sure.
And
I'm just setting the table too, because I mean, we want consistency. So.
Yeah, we all get these awards.
Yeah.
And if these students are working side by side with doctoral students in the PI lab using all that sophisticated instrumentation and equipment. So.
Well, the point is, it's spelled out in black and white. Yes,
exactly.
That's the point.
I mean, they actually all the labs these kids are going into, all the faculty are listed, and we have letters from our external rotation partners saying, yeah, bring these kids on in here, and
Okay, so that was 28069.
Okay, 28078. This was awarded to our Institute for Demographic and Socioeconomic Research. It's got several tasks in here. So one of the tasks is to prepare base year and forecast year control totals for population. It's a demographic research project. So it's control totals for population, household, employment, and income. Another area they're looking at review base and forecast year control totals for population, household, employment, and income prepared by the MPO or consultant. Develop zonal census for 2010 data files. So it's a lot of data coming in, and then the deliverables, the technical memorandums on development of demographic control totals, Excel files with census data. They got to maintain a guidebook to include socioeconomic collection guidelines that supports the current travel demand modeling practice in Texas, and maintain the guidebook to include the current recommended practice in using TransCAD to allocate census data to the TAS level and the Texas Workforce Commission data to the TAS level. I don't know what all this means, but it sounds pretty research.
Well, again, it sounds like it's in the standards development of.
At the end of the day, they're developing a data analysis tool to help identify different things about the census and the households and the incomes and demographics. And let me see if I thought I saw something. It's just a lot of demographics for the MPOs. Let me look a little more here. And the CFDA is a state and community highway safety. So all these, trying to find a good abstract here on this.
Well, it's written so contractually, it's hard to.
Yeah, this is the contract with a lot of subtasks.
Yeah, a lot of deliverables.
One subtask, maintain demographic guidebook. Another subtask is update and deliver demographic TAS network workshops. Another one is participate in MPO capacity building workshops. Assist the development of household distribution for travel survey design and travel model input. Also, National Household Travel Survey analysis.
I mean, there's so much data collection, and I can't imagine it not being, but I just don't understand what all the data is being used for, to be honest.
Forecast model.
Forecasting what?
Travel.
Population?
Travel, population,
Socioeconomic.
demographics,
Okay.
basic areas.
Yeah, I mean, there's just tons and tons of data collection here. Yeah.
This is
What
they do.
percentage is research in this?
They're a state demographer.
Yeah, okay.
I think the only thing we just want to make sure of is that it doesn't fall under that 2.4.4, which is provision of economic services beneficial to individuals and groups external to the university, such as testing or diagnostic services, surveys, urban planning, mapping, et cetera. If it's wholly that, but there's not this research piece that the investigators are doing independent of what their deliverables to the agency are, it could be questionable.
Again, these are just a bunch of tasks with deliverables. And it's just not, and again, it's just mostly this contract wording that it's not really clear what these guys are doing, really. I mean, it seems like they're doing a lot of demographic research in this region and coming up with models of, what's in that region.
But to what end? Because if you stop right there, it seems to be 2.4.4. That's what I think. So what's all the data?
It's a one-stop demographic data analysis.
Okay.
That's what they're putting together.
Is there any indication in the proposal of an evaluation piece for what they're generating? And is there any indication that what the data that they're collecting is going to be published in a peer-reviewed fashion?
Well, just who owns the data, right? I mean, I think that's one question.
I don't think it's going to be a peer review, but it will be a demographic guidebook for the data. Again, they're developing a data analysis tool, which I believe you would just get into the system and look at these sectors and these zones to see where it's travel, what the demographics of that area is. But at the end of the day, I'm not sure where this is all heading. It just seems like they're doing a lot of demographic data pulling for these MPOs.
Are they only data collecting, or are they actually asking questions? If they're only collecting data, then they're...
It seems like they have all the demographic data, and now they're pulling all this data into a data analysis tool for these MPOs.
What's hard right now is to figure out, is this a service? Are we just providing a service to the state, or are we actually doing research? Right now, I can't tell what we're doing.
Yeah, it's hard to...
Particularly when you say, I don't know what they're doing.
It's basically demographic assistance for
I feel better.
Planning organization.
Well, it's just the problem of how these things are written a lot of times, too.
Yeah, we have to deal with what the way, we'd write it totally differently.
Well, it's not only the way how it's written. I mean, it's written for a purpose.
It's written for a purpose.
So.
Yeah, and it seems again that the purpose is the one-stop demographic data analysis tool. Now, what this tool does is hard to tell from this contract. If I had the RFP, I'd probably be able to tell you a lot more about what the tool does.
Yeah, but for it to be research, you would have to create a new tool.
Yeah.
Are you creating a new tool, or is this an existing tool?
No, it's a new tool, pulling from all the demographic data that they have. Now, the problem is I don't understand what the tool is for. If I had somebody here to help me, I could get some more information for this award, but
So there's some doubt in the room, I can feel, and
yeah, I feel it too.
shall we go?
Stay over here. I can go over some of the deliverables and see what you all think. Or have you heard enough?
But if the deliverables are just going to the contracting agency,
Yes.
to me, it sounds like a service.
Yeah, it's a deliverable of the data analysis to the metropolitan planning organizations.
See, and that to me is not dissemination of new knowledge.
Yeah, it's putting together a tool for them to use.
So is there consensus, or do we need to vote? Is there consensus?
I really don't know, yeah. I don't
I mean,
know.
without more, I can't.
Okay, then we mark this no.
Yeah, there's just not enough here for me to work with, really.
Not explicit enough. No, the data collection is clear. It's just we're not sure what happens after that.
Okay, I think the next one is, let's see, Chinese Potter. 28085.
Right.
Okay, right off the bat, this one does have an IRB protocol, an approved IRB protocol. The budget lists 20 faculty researchers in the areas of bilingual, bicultural department, the educational psych department, educational leadership department, interdisciplinary learning and teaching department. All these faculty are in those departments. The abstract is really short. UTSA will provide ongoing job-embedded professional development and will work in collaboration with Douglas Elementary School to explore and implement innovative strategies for on-campus improvement in teaching and student achievement to become a welcoming place to learn from research-based practices. So I thought this one probably fit under 1.31 because basically we are working with these schools on developing some better curriculum and providing students the work. So there are, in general, UTSA proposes to assist by providing technical assistance to implement 4 major research-based after-school programs, La Clase Mágica and Nipo Robotics, La Plaza de Lectura, and Roadrunner Reader Clubs. Number 2, providing UTSA students as part of their field experience service learning to serve as mentors and work with students in collaboration with a school representative at each one of these after-school programs, providing training for teachers to coordinate after-school programs with regular instruction, and providing a family engagement framework as a homeschool connection strategy at DCLS. And number 5, providing a framework for evaluating the effectiveness of each after-school program and technical assistance in implementing the evaluation of the program. So it seems to me that this is about curriculum development in these 4 after-school programs, and they're looking at the impact of this curriculum using these 20 researchers here at UTSA. I uploaded a collaborative research between, and basically this is what they call a lab school. So there's a little bit about here, collaborative research between lab school and university faculty. Recent research indicates that a fundamental principle in forming a collaborative partnership is that at least 2 institutions must share a common interest or goal. Although UTSA and the San Antonio Independent School District are in the early stages of developing a research partnership, their strength is in the collective interest to work as a team to explore and assess the current states of educational issues that impact the overall academic achievement of historically underserved minority population. The partnership's early stages will provide a good opportunity to initiate the planning and exploratory work to establish a research agenda. The Douglas Community Lab School will lay the foundation for a research process that will assist the Independent School District in developing and sustaining an authentic.
No, if I could interrupt you, if you go to page 25 of, I think, the other supporting documentation, I think you get a much better picture or description of the data analysis and application And
Yeah.
that would make the difference to me. Right, yeah.
Yeah,
So,
for all the data
unless there's
collection.
any other,
So again, I would park this under 1.31
yeah. Seems like.
or 1.3.1.
Mm-hmm.
And there's actually two of these by the same PI, just another elementary school within the same district, and it's
Is that
basically
right?
it's to the same work. Both of these have an IRB protocol on file.
Yeah. I'm okay with it. I mean, I don't know about other people. Yeah.
Okay, so 28085 is a yes.
Mm-hmm.
And then we go to 28155.
28155. Okay, 28155. That's the pivot. Okay, this is a pivot for academic success. I again put this under curriculum development. Pivot stands for to prepare, inspire, validate, orient, and transition students at UTSA and the community college district. Let's see, the abstract, it just says UTSA and community college districts,
Yeah, it doesn't
which are
help.
5 campuses here in San Antonio, are located in and immediately adjacent to San Antonio. 4 of the 6 campuses are designated as HSIs, and one of them is an HBCU. They serve predominantly, Bexar County. 95% of UTSA residents are in-state residents. 3% come from out of state. 2%.
Where's the research, Nellie?
I'm trying to get to it.
That's okay. I know. But I mean, just I've kind of peeked at the documents and.
Okay. So there's 4 kind of partnerships going on. One is called Transfer and Transition. It's an integrated partnership with the San Antonio, colleges. And we got somebody on hold. And the other activity is first to go and graduate, and another one is Math Matters, and the 4th one is Roadrunner Reach Higher Education or Roadrunner Reach Higher Endowment. Okay, so these are 4 activities that are going on. Each component above has a data element and collection aspect to it. There's objectives and data to be collected and data collection sources. They also look at retention and graduation data checks and GPA data checks, and reporting of formative and summative.
The Dean of Virginia Tech College of Engineering, and will begin his new role leading UT Dallas on July 15th.
It sounds like UT Dallas is on hold.
Dean Dan left the position last summer to serve as UT Systems Deputy Chancellor. For more information, please visit utdallas.edu/.
This is one, yeah, we had a Title
Okay, you got
V.
it now?
Those are tough.
Okay, let me read a little bit about the data elements and data collection procedures. The project director will have responsibility for overall evaluation process. The Office of Institutional Research, under supervision of Provost Federick, will provide important internal data support. The Office of Institutional Research, under Dr. Steve Wilkerson, has provided university data to the team throughout the proposal development and will continue to assist Pivot upon its implementation. And then it just talks about how some of the faculty are involved, describes them, and so there's a page 55. I think I uploaded, and it basically talks about the objective and focus, and then the next column would be data to be collected, and then the next column is data collection source. Let's the evaluation plan that measures the success of the 4 project programs. The program will collect and analyze formative data.
It's all
data that's
institutional
ongoing,
research
that represents
type.
the results of 4 programs as they are implemented. The evaluation plan will also collect and analyze summative data, which measures the program impact, including final results of students' retention, time to completion, graduation rates, and passing rates. And then they described each program. So it seems like there are 4 programs here in various sectors, and they evaluate each one in terms of their impact on these students.
Yeah, but the budget is, or the award is $3.2 million. I don't think that evaluation will come to $1.6 million.
No, I mean, this is exactly like the one we threw back, actually. I mean, maybe I was wrong in doing that. This one's researched.
You didn't bring it forward?
I did not. And it was the exact same budget. How much, and one of the things that tipped me over when I looked at ours is that there was no F&A charged on it.
That's statutorily prohibited on the HSI program.
Is that right?
Department of Education.
Is that right?
Again, there's 4 programs, and they're, collecting the data, analyzing the data, and of course disseminating the data to the school districts, if it's working.
Can you bring that evaluation piece of it up to 51% of the budget?
Yeah, I'm trying to locate the budget actually as we speak.
It seems like that's just an end result of all of the...
I mean, that's what ultimately made me turn it away, too. I couldn't get to 51% with that kind of money. I mean, Reinhold kind of put
Well,
his
in
finger on
most
it.
cases, it's not designed to be generalizable research. You get the IRB as
That's
a
what I'm-
CYA, but you really...
And when it's institutional research.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the majority of the budget is going to the personnel.
I don't know.
The CFD doesn't
No, the CFA doesn't help.
Can't find the
And
breakdown.
again, we've discussed, there are programs that have evaluation components in them that still don't get to the research.
Well, again, is this just a service project?
I don't know if I'd call it that either.
Project.
Yeah.
So, there's a whole evaluation plan on page 53.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, no, I mean, that's not debated.
The document you're referring to isn't uploaded.
Yeah, it is. It's right after the CFDA, if you just keep scrolling. Yeah, everything he's been saying, it's all.
I saw CFDA.
No, yeah, I did too, but it's underneath that. I mean, to me, this is exactly like the Title V that I didn't bring.
Okay, so to get an indication, is there anybody who would vote yes? Also on the phone, is there anybody who would vote yes?
I would.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I just see that there's 4 programs they're implementing, and then they're looking at all the results, and then they're doing an evaluation of all the data elements in the collection and dissemination.
So if not more than one person comes forward, then we mark this as a no? Okay.
That's a tough one.
Okay.
There's no downside.
So
That was 28155.
Okay.
Well, now we know, so.
Yep, right decision.
So the next
like
two,
that,
the
yeah.
28180 and 28181, these are both, like we discussed, not too long ago about HIV and substance abuse prevention.
Is this the SAMHSA one?
Yes.
Yeah, we're okay.
Last year we had one called SNAP that passed through as well.
Sure.
So again, these are the two, the next two. They're both funded by SAMHSA.
Yeah, we're okay on those.
Okay, so 28180 and 28181 are both marked yes.
All righty.
And apparently, the PI we have at our institution is somehow at least knowledgeable and cognizant. I mean, it's a group of 29 universities that are engaged in this. So.
And, you know, and ours is engaged with all these, you know, the Metro Health, I'm sure like everyone else is, you know, you've got to all work together to get these patients and everything.
Well, what's interesting is how they use HIV detection as the correlation. It's so stigmatized, you can't ask somebody about their HIV status. Right. What you do is you get at it indirectly by asking them about their substance abuse, because that's one of the risk factors. People, certain populations that engage in certain substance abuse are at high risk for HIV, and so that's how they kind of back into the HIV assessment.
Okay, the next one, the last one is 28311. This has an approved IRB protocol. There's 20 researchers listed on the budget. This is exactly like the one we did for, let's see, that was, this is just like the 28085. It's just a different school. This is Crockett. The other one was.
Did you say it was the same PI?
Yes, the same PI, same 20 researchers, same areas.
Just a different school district.
Psychology, educational leadership, and interdisciplinary learning and teaching department. It's a lab school. And again, the proposed research collaborative partnership aims to build on preliminary work that has been done by the district and to establish a formal researcher, practitioner, partnership, and education research team. The intent of this research team will be to make a collective commitment to identify and investigate educational issues, especially those pressing at the Crockett Middle School community. Number two, make joint decisions to develop an evidence-based intervention that will lead to improving student achievement and support social and behavioral development that supports student success. Number three, build on an alliance between researchers and participants in a data-driven planning, implementation, and dissemination of research process findings and sustainability. Overall, as we work on the development of the full proposal for the creation of a community lab school, the goals and research agenda for the proposed project will be developed collectively between CES and UTSA. We are anticipating an exploratory mixed methods approach that takes full advantage of quantitative.
Yeah, that's good. No,
we
had
marked this as a yes as well.
Yeah.
Okay. I think that's it, folks.
Okay.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
UTRGV.
Hello, this is Lori Marcolon from UTRGV.
Hello.
Hi. The first project that we have listed is project number 26297, and this is the geosciences project. Same project as UTSA number 28069. And the objective is to strengthen and enhance the national scientific enterprise through the expansion of fundamental knowledge and increase understanding of the integrated Earth system through the support of basic research in the geosciences. Support is provided to promote undergraduate student research. We have 50 students, and the 50 students are being provided training in field and laboratory extracurricular participation in research and training opportunity in the geosciences, and they're also immersed in, they also immerse undergraduate research in geosciences research opportunities through internship, externship, and apprenticeship programs in collaboration with the private sector. They're assigned professional mentors and UTRGV faculty members as well, and they're training research. And after their first year, they're encouraged to present their research results in different venues.
Oh, are there any questions?
Under Appendix A, 1.3.2.
Any questions? No questions, so we mark it as yes.
The second second project that we have is project number 26301. And this is a contract from the Texas Parks Wildlife Department. And in page 5 of the contract is the project outcomes, where this program focuses on the new RGB reefing area and testing of low reef and reef configuration that will result in several measurable products in terms of increased productivity and potential contribution to recreational fisheries and diving activities.
Project objectives, yeah, this is pretty clear, yeah.
Okay, no further questions, we mark it as yes.
Yeah.
And then the next one that we have is project number 26310, and this is an NIH R1.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Straightforward.
So we mark it as yes.
And the last one is project number 26314, and we're withdrawing that project.
Okay.
26314 is withdrawn by the institution. All right, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, and we are back with representatives here in-house. UH.
Okay, 27059. Reading from the project summary on this, the present research proposes expressive writing as a novel alternative which has been used extensively in other domains, but not as an alcohol intervention strategy. We propose a theoretically based approach which incorporates expression of the self-conscious emotion of guilt and the written analog of change talk as proposed mechanisms of intervention efficacy. We will also examine individual differences in propensity for guilt as a moderator of intervention efficacy. Heavy drinking college students will be randomly assigned to one of 6 expressive writing conditions based on alcohol versus stress, guilt versus no guilt, and a neutral control. Sorry. There will be 3 intervention.
Yeah, I think it's, we've seen 2 or 3 of these today. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
This is marked yes.
Okay. And the next one, excuse me, 27088 is a trip approved gift.
270888
Yes.
is
088
TRIP.
Is trip.
Conoco.
Very good.
Thank you.
That's it?
That's it. For now.
And then we go to UH Downtown.
Okay, the first one is 26375. This is a U.S. Department of Education Pathways to Teaching Careers grant. Reading from the project description, I'll call your attention to the third line, beginning on the third sentence. The PTC program will research and evaluate conceptual frameworks and major element of the CUNY's CUNY's Accelerated Study and Associate Programs recently evaluated and assessed by WWC, as well as curriculum mapping frameworks used by universities such as Florida International. So what they're doing is they're looking at models already developed by other institutions and doing a comprehensive study against each other.
Yeah, I'm okay.
Oh,
I mean,
okay,
similar
any
to the UTEP
questions,
one we had on
objections?
Nuclear engineering as well.
We mark it yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
26375.
Yeah. So the next one is 26376. This is a Texas Workforce Commission, UHD STEM Center for Underrepresented Future Workers. So the idea with this, and I'll call your attention to the project description, the first goal is to provide research and scholarship training stipends and internship placement. And from the proposal itself, an integral component of this project provides strategic mentored research projects with university faculty, which forms the cornerstone of the technical and research training and skill development. The research training is for the duration of the funded project in the areas of biology, chemistry, physics, robotics, computer science, and environmental science. The funded initiative includes a robust evaluation strategy of student participant outcomes. There's IRB associated with this, and I believe it falls under section 1.3. SAMs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any questions, objections? We mark it yes.
The last one for us is 26379. This is a Nuclear Regulatory Commission grant preparing minorities for nuclear-related jobs through research and certification. I'll call your attention to program part 5, provide mentored nuclear-related research experiences in radiochemistry, control and instrumentation, math, physics, material science, and computational radiochemistry. So this is actually an extension of a grant that did not meet the $250,000 threshold. And the reason that this now goes above it is because we're providing more research projects at more universities and more laboratories. So that's what kicked us over the 250.
Okay.
Nice.
So we mark this yes as research training.
Thank you.
Thank you. And patiently holding out is West Texas A&M University.
Okay. The number on mine is 27737, and the CFDA is for Basic and Applied Scientific Research, and it's a Young Investigator Award. So I'm kind of hoping we don't have to go any further than
Well, I
than
think,
that.
it says 1.1.3 is External Faculty Career Award, so is that?
Yeah.
Is that what?
Career Award,
And 1.1.1, I had it under 2.
Yeah, either one.
so we mark it yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have one award. If I'm following this correctly, we have one award left to decide on. 2? Which one?
Texas Southern did not respond.
Texas Southern had withdrawn. We got an email.
I got you. Thank you.
And which one? The UTEP?
26847 from
Well, that's a different agenda item. And this agenda item, we have one more award to do. And that's Manuela.
Yeah, and I emailed both of you. I probably didn't come through, but I received the entire proposal file, 91 pages. And I can read you page 25 of the application packet, because that's where the evaluation section of it is. As
Remind us
one-
again, I'm sorry, remind us again what,
This is scholarships for,
okay.
The question was if this was research training, and what are the objectives and goals of the research training?
right, because I didn't define it. It basically, title and abstract focused on, scholarships in cybersecurity, computer science,
Okay.
et cetera, workforce development. So I looked at the evaluation component. It is understated, but it's it's very powerful statement as to why this was coded research. You may accept it, you may not, but to me, it is an indicator that this project qualified for research. So the example activity indicator and measurements is, to create a web page, the indicators increased applications to the program, and then measurements, count of applicants, scholarships awarded, attributes and awardees, baseline interview to determine effectiveness and recruitment plan, student survey and scholarship recipients and non-recipients of personnel, professional and intellectual gains with ARG and effectiveness of mentoring. Then question number 2 is during the evaluation process, collect and reflect on learning outcome data of core SCS courses, student complete project and internships with cybersecurity component. 100% of the scholars meet the learning outcomes. 100%, this is an indicator, 100% of the scholars are placed in internships and complete project with cybersecurity components. Results from extremes and practical exercise measurements, tracking of internship and project student. And they have a whole list of questions regarding the survey. Then I want to go to page 52 of 91, which is the data management plan. And perhaps that is even a better site to assist in making the determination or support the determination I made on this and the PI.
Does the proposal require the data management plan? It does?
All of it.
Oh, this is an NSF proposal.
Yes. And it's part of a bigger effort.
I think, looking at what she just described, they're asking them to evaluate the impact of research projects that students are engaged in. But I think that's starting to pull it in the right direction.
Thank you. So the data management plan, the data generated and collected in the course of the project consists of the following: student scholarship application materials, student internship and employment information, student academic record and personal information, data collection to assess the project goals, data generated and collected in the process of conducting projects, preliminary results of course projects, published results of student projects, work in the form of publications, posters, and presentations, data referenced in the data referred to in the publishable results. Okay, so that's just the data management.
Okay. I mean, the fact that there's a data management, the whole idea of a data management plan is that data is going to be shared. It's a federally funded award. The data management plans are there so that other researchers can access that data, and those dollars are leveraged into other projects.
Yeah, there's a dissemination plan.
Yeah. So,
But it doesn't necessarily follow, because then that goes against what we said, which was not necessarily all NSF projects, but every NSF project does require a data management plan.
Yeah, I think.
Well, that's true, yeah.
I think where I'm still struggling with this a little bit is I could see it as research training if that were more explicitly stated somewhere here. Or if there were more discussion of the students, but especially with SFS program, it generally funds students getting through the program. So how much of this is also co-curricular and not with it, or outside of the regular required coursework that the research activity is taking place? Because that doesn't qualify.
They're electives. That particular course track that they're on, it's elective. It is not mandatory for degree completion. This
Right,
is the track
but if
that
it's a
they're on.
course, doesn't that fall under instruction in, even if it's an elective, instruction in the university's regular courses?
Those particular courses, elective courses, were designed for the outcome of having skill sets for those students that are particular in the cybersecurity industry.
I think you have to be careful with that, because, and I can use my university as an example. Our Department of Natural Sciences engages 60% of our undergraduates in undergraduate research, and the burden on the faculty is so large that the only way that we can provide relief for them is by instituting undergraduate research as a course, so that they can build up course releases for taking on students. So just because research is in a course doesn't necessarily disqualify it from the research enterprise.
Well, I think one of the things, and again, this is hinted, and it's maybe we need to work harder with faculty when they put these together. When you described your data management, you talked about the publication of student projects. Now, again, we're really making huge assumptions right here. But it's hinted in there that, NSF is expecting publication of student projects. But nowhere in that abstract does it actually ever talk about or say anything that the students are actually doing research projects. And I guess that's what I'm struggling with.
And that's, it's part of the nature of the program. It's part of the nature of how they respond to the RFP. And that's why, we all want that sign that says dig here, right?
Well, I think, but we're making some.
Well, we do, and we do based on, previous awards that we've had at our own institutions, some knowledge about the sponsor. It's a lot of different threads, and I certainly don't disagree, but I just think there's a number of proposals that just don't read
assume X is all the unbound space under the region defined by, right? I mean, and those are the ones we go, okay, well, I don't have to read anymore, right?
Yeah, well, I guess if I go through right now, when you read that statement, that tells me that the students are doing something when they, NSF ask for student publications, and that's part of your data management. So I'm willing to say yes on that. I have no problem with it, but I do think we need to work a little better, or at least when we're describing it, saying we need to dig in there to
Yeah,
say, here's
the
where it
issues
is.
I have is when there's such a large amount of money that is, again, allocated to the students, but they can't participate in the program if there's not.
I find it hard to believe that NSF is going to expect you to publish a student project that occurs in, a 2-week project that occurs in a random class. A publication, a quality project is going to be significant. So, based on that, I think the tea leaves are sort of pointing towards the research component.
I would agree.
I think it's pointing towards it. I don't think I have enough evidence
It's not
yet,
explicit.
Because,
Data
and the reason
collected
why.
to assess the project goals consist of surveys and summative information. It includes the ethnic composition of scholarship recipient, GPA, and the students, their publication record, the conferences they attended, and the frequency of their research meetings in groups and individuals with their faculty mentor. Other than data that can be attributed to an individual student, these data are not considered confidential. The summative information will be included in the yearly reports to NSF. A form of this report suitable for public viewing will be available from the UTEP Computer Science website through pages dedicated to this project. Data that can be attributed to an individual student will be retained by the PI for the duration of the project. Early on, it talks about the confidentiality because of cybersecurity issues. So, can we lay everything out? No.
I think it's kind of easy to see that there is a research component to this, definitely. And there is the evaluation at the end of it, of the project. I'm kind of struggling with, is that a majority of the budget? Is a majority of the budget evaluating the end results?
That was my concern, because if you look at participant support, which you could assume probably, although again, an assumption, you can assume that that probably is supporting the student research, but that is well over half the budget.
So
And
first of all, look, there's faculty summer salaries on there. What is the summer salary being used for other than the research component? I mean, I don't know what else faculty would be drawing summer salary for unless it's an administrative piece.
Again, I just sort of hesitate to make assumptions, or
In this case.
in any case, not just in this case.
Because we passed quite a few proposals today that were equal in strength, maybe stronger, but equal in strength because of assumptions and so on and so forth. So I firmly believe that this project, although not very well expressed, is research. So I'm ready for you guys to make a vote and done.
Let's take a vote.
Okay, are we ready for that? Then we start with Texas State.
Yes.
And UH.
No.
And West Texas.
No.
And Texas Tech.
No.
And Kingsville.
Yes.
Hold on. And Angelo?
No.
And Downtown?
Yes.
And UTEP already
Yes.
said yes. Arlington?
Yes.
And we are going to the people present on the phone. Please again state your institution and your vote.
Sam Houston State, yes.
Sam Houston State, yes.
UTRGV, yes.
UTRGV, yes.
UHCL, yes.
Clear Lake, yes.
UT Dallas, yes.
UT Dallas, yes.
UT San Antonio, yes.
UT San Antonio, yes.
A&M Galveston abstain.
Galveston abstains. Anybody else online? So we have 4 no votes and 10 yes votes.
Okay.
And 1 abstention.
Thank you.
So this one is marked yes, and that's 26847. And this concludes agenda item 3. And the next agenda item is 4, and that's awards of less than 250,000. And we always had this agenda item. We don't ask people to, look through this, but it's on the transparency list. And I personally feel strongly, shall I say, that we take our job seriously for the purpose of, if nothing else, but training. If you see something, if there are 50 words which are very little and you have questions, you should bring them forward so that we all learn from that, either by not including them in the future or by including them if people think this is okay. So looking at these awards, and I understand nobody will look at all of them because there are too many, but we have a chance to bring things to the light of day. So as it happens this time, one award got marked questionable, and we will look at that. I don't know
I did it.
The mechanics of it.
I did it.
Yeah, we don't want to know who did it.
No, I'll tell you the rationale why I did it. I review not based on so much dollar value as much as, how it appears as a whole. I go from sponsor to CFDA to project title, and when something strikes me as weird, then I go ahead and take a closer look, and this is what happened in this case. It was a real interesting sounding and appearing research project, and $300. And I said, must be a typo, must be 300,000 or 30,000. That's why I put my question on there. Purely,
Or a young faculty member who was trying to find his first funder.
That's the reality. But that did not mean any like, this is questionable as to research or not.
Why on earth would somebody put up a $300 award?
Why would you write something for $300?
He did write it for a little bit more, and it's a very small society, and they don't have a whole lot of money.
Society.
Yes, they're very small.
Then you understand, because we've all been in a situation where, even a $100 award sometimes is better than nada, and what is a small amount to some disciplines is a huge amount to other disciplines. No award's too small or too large, never too large, but this one just struck me, so I hit the Q button. So I'm sorry for, raising flags when they're obvious.
Appreciate you raise it, because I just like knowing Dr. Skipper.
Yes, yes. He's a wonderful new faculty member for us. So yes, and the research purpose is fairly cut and dry. It's to test what cues of predator presence, olfactory or visual, are used in settling decisions by ash-throated flycatchers, and to test if ash-throated flycatchers respond to cues of reptilian and mammalian predators similarly.
Sounds like $300 worth of research, right?
So we mark this as a yes for the
Sadly, they
record.
did not fully fund it, so we had to fund part of it.
But don't forget the students too. I
Yes.
personally can attest to that. I got a $300 research fund when I was a PhD student, and from Sigma Xi something, and it was a wonderful thing.
Yeah, no award is too small.
I was amazed at the project.
So we can conclude also agenda item 4.
Yeah.
And with that in mind, and going forward, I would like you to, it's okay and it's fine to look at awards like that. We want to learn from this. I took some notes from today's meeting, and maybe we will add something to SAM's also over the next year, and that, of course, would come to the meeting to you next year when we all meet again in July, end of July. And if you have any questions with this, you know whom to contact. We're always there, and we are keeping a hopefully fairly good contact list now. If you have any changes, we take that into account. It's important for us in the fall because then the reports come what you do with this money, and these are a little bit, for most institutions, some other people than you are, but we try to keep that straight. So that being said, I thank you and wish you good travels, and see you next year.
Okay. So when I show up.
It was good to meet you.
It was nice to meet you. Absolutely. He was
We will.
for the dean position, so his internal.
No, we don't have
Good,
appeals.
He would have been. He's very good.
I don't know, maybe they didn't want to stack too much administratively in ag.